There we go. Turn that down a little bit more. Hey everyone. Hey, welcome Solar Storm. Hey everyone, I know I'm back again, right? So, yes, I am trying to get a lot of design work done on this thing, so that's why I'm live streaming a lot. Yes, another one. Another one. So, why am I, it did sound like Inflict Runes, it was just a Freudian slip, booyah on it. What is going on, everyone? You know, now that you say that, and Smite is on my brain, does this need like a Smite subclass? I'm trying to get my coffee to, this looks terrible, because like I'm trying to get this to go down. It feels like it's just, I have too much crammed into this French press. Why am I live streaming this design process a whole lot? I've got a lot on my mind about how I want to make this thing happen, and from what I've heard, at least in my community, people really like the people really like to see the design process and kind of hear my thoughts, and hopefully this will inspire some of you all that are like, well, I want to make some homebrew and I don't really know how. How do I make things look, how do I use InDesign, how do I yada yada yada. Hopefully these kinds of videos will help out with that. A French press is so bougie. What, a $15 a $15 French press, that's bougie, huh? I think my coffee pot was more expensive than this thing. Yeah, call it bougie if you want. I don't care. It means I got a pot of coffee anywhere I want to go. One is already enough. I'm more so thinking that, like, maybe that is what is going to make the sort of Gish thing work for the Giants, or the Jotun. No. I don't know. We'll see. But I will say, because we worked the dwarf one to death last night, and I think made okay progress. But what I really want to focus on today is kind of what the identity of the, well, I say the support slash, like, if you really want to get the heals out there, I want you to be able to make a character, or like a Rune Keeper that can do that. And Supernal is interesting. Supernal is a language, or a rune, a set of runes that whenever you speak them, these are kind of known as the universal words of creation. In D&D lore, whenever a creature speaks Supernal, literally any creature can understand them. Like any creature. Yes, praise the sun. Praise the sun. Any creature can understand them, right? So that's going to be the main shtick of that one's like runic dialect. I feel like if you were to take Supernal and we just made it into like what the, how do I put it? I want to make this to where it's got its own identity, but if a paladin were to come sneak in over here and take this for a level or two, it still feels like, okay, I didn't waste it and it added some flavor to my character, right? Or cleric. If any rune is going to raise the dead, it's got to be Supernal, right? And I don't know why, but the first thing I'm thinking of is, I don't know why this is constantly on my brain right now, but I keep thinking about white magic and Final Fantasy, and I'm trying to figure out if white magic and divine magic are necessarily one and the same, you know? Like, because I use Final Fantasy, I use for a lot of different analogs and inspiration. But over there, white magic has a kind of identity where it's not just, this is how you heal people, right? Like, one of the strongest spells in the entire Final Fantasy series, Holy, is like devastating white magic, right? A bonus to healing would help out a cleric or paladin, and that's why I think something like this with Con, Con, it translates to life in Supernal, apparently. I was thinking because they literally just use Greek, or I say Greek, they literally just use German for the giant runes. I could just use Latin. I could just use Latin and kind of repurpose it, right? And I think that might get across the like, oh, these are, you know, whatever. Well, it feels like there's kind of a funny tie-in to that too, with like Supernal being a universal language. Where's that at? I think a bonus to healing is decent. I do think with something like Con or Can, I say can, and that sounds so. Yeah, it doesn't sound very Supernal. I'm gonna invoke Can. But by invoking, well, by having this rune in the first place, it's not just that it helps with healing, it's that this is going to give you, it's going to increase your maximum hit points, right? So your maximum hit points increase whenever you're attuned to this thing, an amount equal to half your Runekeeper level plus your rune magic ability modifier. Now, the problem is, how do I prevent this from stacking, right? Yeah, I'm going to invoke a can. The strong one with this is that it gives you the HP increase, right? So whenever you invoke it, it's got to be like a little bit weaker than Cure Wounds. I think that it's justified in being a little bit stronger than Healing Word, because this is requiring a prep, and it can only be to that one specific creature. So that's why I feel okay with giving it a D6 rather than like a D4. Even though it's tied to a bonus action and the range requirements and all that stuff, this is requiring the prep to go into it. But because the passive effect is so good, it's actually pretty worth it, right? What is the Latin word? Are we just going to Google Translate all this? Vita? Like living La Vida Loca? I guess Vita works. Time warp. The Odic is gonna love that. That's very true. Oh, what just happened? Here we go. Vita. Oh, Vita. Ooh. Ooh. Vita. Maybe Supernal could be all about making... I think that you're kind of on the right track with that. They are words of creation. Santa something, maybe? I like Vita, because, you know, vitality, Vita, anything. So Vita, its maximum hit points increased by an amount equal to half your Runekeeper level, plus your magic ability modifier. That is huge. Early levels, this is a free aid. For one character. Let me do the comparison. Okay, so if I'm designing something that is basically like a spell, except it gives you another benefit on top of it, aid is second level. It shoots up to 3 creatures. It increases by 5 for the duration, except for 8 hours. And, like... Okay, so the minimal duration, the strength in this one isn't necessarily that it's just like... It does have the range. The other one is going to require an attunement slot. It's also going to require that, like... 8 hours. I think that it's actually pretty okay. Resurrections is in that playlist. Yeah, Lena Raine is an amazing composer. I think that she's got, like, the fact that she's composing the new Minecraft soundtrack, right? Like, she is like the new Minecraft composer. I thought a lot of people were going to be kind of upset that C418 wasn't writing for the game anymore, or I guess in the same capacity anymore. But like, Lena Raine perfectly captured the entire tone of that game. You know, Pigstep, I don't think anyone's complaining about Pigstep being in the game. That is such a sick track. And then, is it Otherworld? Other Side? The new pseudo theme or whatever it is? I mean, I don't think anything's gonna ever replace Sweden, but like, oh man. That's Lena Raine is... Oh man. So, with this one, do I mind it being that it's just an increase to its overall hit points, right? I think half your Runekeeper level is a bit odd. Maybe give it a way to scale. Its maximum hit points. Its maximum hit points instead. Alright, your rune magic. Give it a sense of scaling in there. That's still huge. That's still huge, 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 huge. What do I think of the band Skilled? I'm not familiar with them. Do you mean like Skillet? Like the Christian punk pop band? Or metal band? Or whatever they... Metal band? It's the scaling in this that I'm trying to think of. Now, Vita or life is what I am. How do I put this? This is the. This to me is kind of the proof of concept for the thematics of the different runic languages, right? So what does Vita mean to Supernal? Well, this is going to be that you're going to increase something's vitality, right? Awesome. Now, what does the runic word for life mean to, let's say, Dethic? That could mean that you give something an essence of life. You give it animus, right? So, in a way, that rune is sort of synonymous in its own, like, kind of cool poetic way, right? And if you think about, like, does Infernal have a rune for life? What does the word of life mean to Draconic, right? What does the word of life mean to Giant, you know? I think that is showing kind of where I think the character of these probably needs to go. And this is a really, this is kind of an artsy-fartsy, like Magic the Gathering kind of interpretation of it, right? The attention of rune names is very funny to me, coming from 4E, where they labeled every single power word of now with no variation. Huh. What is Supernal runes get a bonus if there's get a bonus if they're the only one a creature attunes to, as in Divinity doesn't compromise with lesser ideas. Oh man. You know, I'm kind of just thinking about what playstyle the subclass is supposed to evoke, and then with all the Supernal runes, oh yeah, it's kind of funny if it doesn't like add with others, it doesn't play well with others, but then the Primordial one actually really does. Have I added a life leech rune style yet? Not yet. And that could be like, if you want to think about Infernal, like what does life mean to Infernal? Like they sap the life from them, maybe. Maybe it's, you know, we talked about, my idea for Infernal was also like lies. So maybe with Infernal, it's actually temporary hit points, or I don't know. It's probably vampiric. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. Vita should probably go here. I'm mostly just trying to get the ideas out here for what these could be. Prerequisites. I don't think it necessarily needs any prerequisites. You should be able to inscribe this on anything. Like, boom. But you definitely need to know Celestial. And then I need to look up the wording for how they increase healing on cure wounds. I think that one of the interesting ideas might be, hang on, what's a unique mechanic that you could do for a healer class for this that hasn't already been captured in the game? I think I have an idea. I don't think even Life Domain does this. And that is... There we go. Overheal. Okay, so let me get up to this. This is a thing that I think a lot of different spellcasters would like to look at and think, yep, if you've done heals, hey Thaumaturge, how's it going? If you heal more when the target has lower hit points, that's an interesting idea. Like, ooh, actually, is that the way to fix up Vita, or is Vita already like pretty nice? Sorry, I hiccup. From the damage they deal, it could, well, sure, it could deal more damage, but like I think people are gonna want the healer support kind of feel out of this. Surikar, I'm going to have to come back to you in an expansion or something. That's got to go. Even though as much as I love the idea of, like, we're going to make dinosaur runes and all that stuff, it's just, I've got to think about some stuff to cut for now. Ogum will come back. Primordial is, I think, a mainstay. Esfruar, I'm going to keep it in for now. People are going to really expect Futhark. I'm going to keep it in for now. Dethic is, of course, going to make it in. Apothic is one of those ones that I'm like, I have so many ideas for the runes, but I have zero ideas for the subclass. Verazad is going to get switched to Infernal. I need to do a find and replace. Healbot isn't too fun to play. That is your opinion. Healbot is super fun. Infernal. I love playing healer. That can't be it. No, I didn't search the whole document. Apothic is a runic language that is invoking the idea that elements are themselves words of power in a way. Chemical compounds, alloys, and all that stuff, the actual admixtures and everything, are the actual runes. So rather than having to learn a language, if you have proficiency with alchemist supplies, you can speak the language of alchemy, which I thought was super cool. Not all documents. Wow. Find next. Change. I mean, that'll get updated on its own. Change. Yeah, I'm kind of taking Trek's advice here. Trek said, and Trek basically told me in his critique that he thought it would just be better if I were to simplify them in terms of what people could see and understand what it was supposed to be, so that, like, they knew that if they were going to learn Infernal, or if they wanted to learn some of the Fiendish runes, they'd have to learn Infernal. So why not just go ahead and make it Infernal? Like, make it to where, boom, they just know it, right? Whenever players are going to see it, they're not thinking, Verazad, what does that mean? Oh, it means Infernal. Okay. So, Infernal runes, I think that's going to be fine, right? Hey, Trek, how's it going? Yeah, I had initially, so I pushed back because I thought that there was enough lore to kind of support it, at least my initial idea. And then the more I got into it, the less and less I was convinced that, like, it has to go with these bizarre kind of names, right? Like, Dethic is for sure a rune. These are runic languages, right? Esperoir, sure, they are runes. Supernal, yes, absolutely runes. Janti, there wasn't really lore support for that. There was more lore support that primordial runes were a thing, so I wound up switching over to that. Eocharic is absolutely a runic language. Goblin's kind of funny. It's like, I found a little bit of lore support that Goblin runes are a thing, but it's super small. But I'm just gonna take that one little bit of support and, like, blow it out as far as I can. Like, like the runic dialect of Goblin is going to be just what is going to be the mad scientist of this entire concept, right? Like, what are the goofy classes out there? Or what are the goofy subclasses out there? I think that if you look at, like, Wizard, Illusion Wizard is the invitation to just get wild with it, right? Like, Illusion Wizard is the invitation of, you want to be a cartoon character? Here you go. Looking at, like, is Bard just inherently just the goofy, like, haha, yeah, I'm going to roll to seduce a dragon? No. Bard is... It's like, I think people just meme the Bard into being what it is today. Let me get this. Guard. Plus, I mean, the fact that Goblin has a word for magic called Booyah is just, that's enough for me to say, yes, they need runes. Trickery Domain. Okay, Trickery Domain, yes. Like, if you wanted to play a character that's going to pull pranks like that, yeah, Trickery Domain is great for that kind of flavor. So I want to kind of evoke that for what Goblin could be, right? Whenever people pick this thing up and they see, wait, Goblin runes? What are you talking about? And then they see it and they're like, oh yeah, okay. I immediately want to do this just to make my DM like, ugh, what? But, so we got on this because we were talking about Supernal. Oh, and I have made a decision, for right now, until I see how this one does, I'm going to get rid of Tirsu, which are Gith runes. It's one of the ones I got to clip, because right now, with this thing as stacked out as it is in terms of runes, it's going to be like 8 months before I can even get this class out there in the hands of players. So I'd rather limit my scope a little bit more, and then at a later date go back to reintroduce what some of these other runic languages could be, right? Because we have a great idea for what Dethic is supposed to be. Dethic is going to be what do dwarves usually do with runes whenever you're looking in, like, Warhammer, or, I mean, even in some old D&D lore, they're animating machinery with it, right? So that's why I like the idea that life to dwarves is going to be more of an animate objects rather than you restore hit points to them, you know. Actually, now that we've got this settled, I can do... Wait. Oh, and this table was also Trek's idea. Apothic, Infernal, Deathic. I need to kind of rearrange some of this. Colin to the right. Boom. Infernal. So G-I-I-G. Or J. Primordial, Supernal. Okay, this is gonna be Ild. Or Voyer. Ild. I don't know what hammer is. I'm not sure what magic is. The interesting thing with Jotun is that their runes are very simple. The runes communicate like very, very simple ideas. Fire, ice, death. Like they're super, super basic in terms of what the words are supposed to mean. And that is, I think, a good limiting factor. I think, like, if I'm looking at how many Jotun runes there are, I think ideally this is about as many as any of the runic languages that I'm first putting out should get. Because, I mean, 25, 26, that's great. That's awesome. That allows for a lot of character expression. And if they want to go full on, I want to go nothing but Jotun runes, boom, you can totally do that. I want to get a good mix of, like, Jotun, Goblin, Deathic, whatever, boom, you can totally do that. Live to Jotun. What does life mean to giants? You know, it's something to consider. Do any giants get resurrection magic, or the only one I could really think of that might be the cloud giant smiling one? What is best in life? Life mean tribes. Hey, what's up? Oh, no joke. Who's there? Oh, are they high schoolers? So it's a bunch of middle schoolers playing Secret Hitler? Okay, that's funny. You send it over on Snapchat? Okay. Okay. All right. All right. Well, thank you, because that's super funny. I will definitely check it out. But yeah, I gotta get back to the live stream. All right. Love you too. Bye. So Amanda's up at work right now, and apparently there's some of my students that came up to her work to see. Oh my god. That is too funny. Oh man, I almost want to like go drive up there and get onto him for playing. Okay, so there's a game that's too funny. There's a game called Secret Hitler, and some of you have probably heard of it. It's by the guy that made Cards Against Humanity. But I was playing it with some of the high schoolers, and I had some 7th graders that were like, why can't we play that one? And I was like, let me, don't worry about it. And apparently they are up at my girlfriend's work right now, playing Secret Hitler. Oh, man. Anyways, putting your life on the line for it's kind of cool. Do I think Cleric and Druid should have a Transmutation Wizard subclass? Cleric's got one. It's called Forge Domain. Does Druid have like a Conjuring, like, I'm going to make a bunch of stuff subclass? I mean, they could. I think it'd be fine. Yeah, in the Ordning, what does life mean to giants? And that's kind of the fun of designing a class like this, right? The Ordning was a social structure which all giants adhered. No giants were equal to other giants. Titans, storm giants. Yeah, Titans still aren't a thing in D&D from what I can recall. Evil Maug. It was considered an evil act to show disrespect to a superior giant. I wonder if there's a way to invoke that, like something that's smaller than you hits you, you can invoke this as a bonus action or a reaction or something like that. Dreams, technically Shepherd makes a bunch of, well, yeah. Well, technically they make a bunch of stuff. That stuff just isn't objects, it's deer. Ancestral Guardian the Rune? Maybe? They got rid of him because 4E bad. The Elemental Titans and Giant relationship was so cool. Calling the Ordning life because it's their way of life. That's interesting. Yeah, literally live. I think somebody pointed out that giant is mostly just translated from, or they're mostly just German words. Small folk wound up defeating the cult. What could life, what is the essence of life to giant? Giant can, but that could be like family, right? If this is going to be their word that represents what life means to giants, what is that? What is, like, you know, we could get poetic and say all giants have a German accent. We could get poetic and say, like, well, it means family, well, it means tribe. I mean, sure, excess or indulgence. I mean, giants have a pretty, like, wizened, sort of zen existence, right? Like, they're not necessarily the fee fi fo fum, I'm gonna eat you kind of giants, right? I mean, we definitely have those fee fi fo fummers, you know, but like giants have a kind of a complex understanding of the world, right? Giants feast. What do giants do? They're nomadic tribes. Oh, it's Swedish. Interesting. Oh, interesting. So it could be that it could just be that it imbues you with more life, right? Like, it makes you more vital. And that's like, but that's kind of already a thing, you know, like how many times increase in wisdom? I mean, that's, It does say something that giants think that they're superior to all other races. Sure, but what is the essence of life? And whenever I mean that, I'm like, if a giant is going to do, what is the character of life to a giant, right? Like, whenever I'm talking about, you know, the relationship of what that word is synonymously for dwarfs and, wait, what is their creation story? That's the first good question, right? So, Onum is like the great Uh, Defenders of the Faith. Is this like a D&D book? Hang on. Is this on DM's Guild? Okay. That's not bad. $8? Hang on. Okay, Defenders of the Faith. Any minute now. Right, and I'm trying to get a sense of what it means, right? What was their creation story? What really brought them into existence? What does it mean for a giant to be imbued with life? Okay. This is like a super clean PDF. Okay, and where was that at? Of knowledge and wisdom, but and runes. Who's the, like, is there like a giant deity of life? Is he not like the giant deity of life? And that's the thing. I'm looking for who the creator is, right? Like, what is the he's guarded unless he's free model of all the plane stars. It's, see, this just shows you whenever I'm trying to look at, like, I'm trying to research the lore behind a thing to kind of develop a character. Like, this is what I'm really trying to find. It's like, how can we get to the core of what it means narratively for this rune to be a giant rune? Because the one that I created for Legends of Frozenfar is just a generally, like, good medicine rune, but that's it. I feel like it's worth it to kind of get into the idea of what it means for this rune. Actually, hang on a second. This might have already been solved for me. Giant runes. Any creature that studies the runes on the device's rings and succeeds in it. The device was... Ooh, so we need to have like a control weather rune? What is the summer star? What language are these in? These are in Draconic. Yeah, that's Eocaric. So you think you saw live in there? Maybe looking into Goliath culture could help. Yeah, I can always check out Volos. I think Volos has even got some stuff. Volos has also got some stuff in there. Actually, I think it's a little bit early for AJ to be up right now. But if AJ's around, if you're watching this stream later, AJ, hit me up. Or I don't know, I'll hit you up. Well, it's very interesting. Now, we have a proof of concept that these are runes that are in Eocaric. So now that this is calling them runes, we can definitely justify, boom, these are a thing. So that's my proof for Eokaric. I'm just gonna leave this down here. Whoop. Chris Perkins. I think it was put out in 2020. Okay, so this means that Eokaric at some point has to have a change weather rune. I can control the weather with this rune. I don't know what that rune is going to be, but the fact that that exists on a magic item that's already core in the game means that we have to come up with that somewhere in here for Eokaric. What are some of the Eokaric words I've come up with? A lot. What's like the Eokaric word for weather? What does Eokaric do? Eokaric is the runes of dragons. The idea behind Eokaric has been like, if there was going to be a runic dialect that you could point to and say that is the sorcerer, it's probably going to be Eokaric, right? So these are going to have a lot of control over spells. Like, the primordial is going to be all about elemental stuff, right? Eokaric is going to be about intrinsically changing the fabric of magic in a way. AJ and I had talked about it last year at some point, and I just need to get him on a live stream sometime and talk about it. Supernal. Okay. Kind of like meta magic, yeah. So they could be rune, like meta magic the rune, right? But what is... And you'll see how ADD I get whenever it's like, okay, cool, so there's a little fun idea. I can take that over and make a rune out of it, right? Bam. And then I go back to my idea and I'm like, wait, what was I doing an hour ago? Do we have a... Sure. Weather? That it's just weather? Is there a... I know that there's a Forgotten Realms. There's a good amount of demand for meta runes on the Discord. I'll look at it. Meta runes is in like, you can control the different aspects of runes, or... Oh no, this is that, no? Draco Lich, Foul, Rotting, is this all... Common dialect. Interesting. Okay. So... What are they talking about in terms of meta runes? I don't know how to come up with jaunty words. Spencer's. Okay. Rain? Maybe? Why is that recognizing two? Okay, rain, storm, Harn. Okay, because storm is one that it can share a bond with another runic language with. Harn, H-A-R-N. Because storm does exist. I've got that on Giant, and trying to remember what else. So we got Hog, we got Hervog. Boom. Let me get you. Come down here. Boom. Harn. Cool. Is that right? Eucharic. So, Control Weather is a sick, nasty spell. It's an 8th level spell. Part of the issue, in like, if we look at Control Weather, why is Control Weather such a big, nasty spell? Oh, come on. I think part of the reason why Control Weather is so big, like why is it an 8th level spell, is probably because you can fluctuate the, like, you can drastically change the temperature with this. And, like, straight up kill lots of people with this thing, because it's such a huge area. The one thing I come up with for Booyog was also a meta room, because to me Goblin Magic equals breaks rules of magic. Its passive was whenever you trigger a rune, X happens. Oh, at the time the glyphs were a thing. Yeah, glyph magic, I would love to have make a comeback at some point in the future. I don't know on what, but I think I could even just make a glyph magic sorcerer and it'd be, or a glyph magic wizard, and it would be pretty cool. I even think like you could possibly reduce it down into, it's probably too good to be a meta magic option, but like, oh man. So Control Weather. Why is this an 8th level spell? It takes 10 minutes to cast. You change the current weather conditions, which are determined by the DM based on the climate and season. You can change precipitation, temperature, and wind. It takes 1d4 times 10 minutes for the new conditions to take effect. Once they do, you can change the conditions again. You take control of the weather within 5 miles of you for the duration. Is there a massive, massive power behind this that means that it should be an 8th level spell? 655, Arctic Cold, Storm, Torrential Rain or Blizzard. I mean, combat-wise, what does that do for you? You can obscure vision. Heavy Wind has effects on, if I remember right, ranged weapon attacks. But these are all pretty obscure, like, they're all generally kind of obscure effects. Or, I say effects, sorry. They're obscure rules. Like, not everyone really knows the power behind that at first read until they refer to, like, another section that tells them about bam, 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 right? Mixture of terrain. I think moving against it takes half your movement. Moving against strong winds or something. You are controlling it for 8 hours? Trek, you got an opinion on that? Like, Control Weather, why is this an 8th level spell? Because I don't think that Control Weather does much of anything, especially requiring concentration. I just don't think that this does anything that you can't already do with maybe a slight combination of a few different spells, and maybe that's why this costs so much. It's like combining a few different spells, like Gust of Wind, Sleet Storm, to make this, right? Good versus armies, sure. Is disruptive to the setting? Possibly. You can stop an army in its tracks by making an area too costly to traverse. Sure. But, like, is that the one... You know what else I can do that with? Tidal Wave. Tidal Wave. 3rd level spell. I mean, 30 feet long. I guess it's only 10 feet wide and 10 feet tall. And it then vanishes. Is it Tsunami that I'm thinking of? Tsunami is an 8th level. I forget, this is one of those ones that has an odd duration. It only lasts 6 rounds. 300 feet long, 300 feet high, and 50 feet thick. Now sure, the other one lasts for 8 hours, but like, you need an instant stop? I mean, any creature that winds up taking 5d10 bludgeoning damage, especially if we're just talking about little foot soldiers, that's pretty rough. Yeah, and I can see that, but I'm just wondering if the mechanic itself... Maybe if it's limited? Maybe that's the justification. Okay, so looking at it like... There's more than just a few runes inscribed on this thing. There's actually quite a few. So maybe that the effect is, this is an item that actually has a few different... This has a few different runes on it. A creature... Okay. So a creature attunes to it. Yeah, and that's, Nikolai, that's one of those things where it's like, it doesn't have a hard set rule. The Clear Skies Shout. I think that this could be a combination of a few different runes for Draconic, right? Or for Eokaric. Because if these are all going to be... That feels like a real scary kind of a thing, right? We can combine multiple different runes onto this item, and because we've combined them now, we can make this item, right? That to me feels like that's the ultimate poetry of what this is. The Summer Star being something that is effectively allowing you to cast an 8th level spell is pretty nuts. Summer Star. Is it not a magic item? This magic item looks like a... Okay, so it is. So Summer Star has runes on it. And so it's a magic item that isn't an actual magic item? It's not listed anywhere as... So it's only in that description that it's listed as a magic item? Cauldron of Plenty, Fisher, Hooks, and Light. No, okay. So it's one of those things where it's a magic item inside the adventure, but you can't actually get it as a magic item. Okay. Yeah, if you have to specify the weather effect, then I think that this is actually pretty solid. And that makes sense, right? The Eokaric should be pretty reality warping, in a sense. Dragons are literal forces of nature, so it makes sense that they should have a bit of a facility to control them in a way. I don't think quite as strong as some of the ones for, like, if we wind up doing Ogum, maybe. But even then, they don't really influence nature. Like, Draconic is, I'm going to exert my dominance and that I can control nature, right? Rather than Ogum, that is like, I'm going to embrace nature. We'll figure out Ogum whenever we get there. I'm not going to freak out about that right now. The weather in a mile. Radius increases. Okay, so that's the thought right there. Yeah, they have the natural ability to change the weather around their layers, so I think that this is actually pretty solid. What you got going on, Eric? Oh, you're streaming later? Nice. So they're gonna have the ability to, they're gonna have control over the area around them. So I think with that, what's it gonna be, like a blue dragon? Do I have a difference between the metallic and chromatic dragons for this? And that's gonna be an expectation, I'm very sure. But as of right now, it's something I have in my mind, but it's not something that I've got on paper anywhere. Does this show layer actions? Okay. Thunderstorms rage within 6 miles of the layer. That's still a bigger radius than, well, it's bigger, but we can go with the idea that there's multiple runes causing this effect, right? Dust devils. Hidden sinkholes, yada yada yada. Okay. So this is what it means to invoke Harn. You literally start a lightning storm. Now, can you actually do anything with that? Mostly just flavor. Pretty much flavor. But people are going to think of a reason why this is really, really good, right? Within. Now, I think it needs to be stationary. I mean, it's kind of cool that you can walk around with this thing and it just sort of follows you, but like, I think it's a good idea actually to pull from some of the layer actions. The thing for dragon runes could be that you have to choose a type, and all your dragon runes for that day have to be of that type. I mean, I don't get what the benefit of that would be, other than it's coming up with a restriction for a mechanic that's not built out quite yet. Not to dog your idea or anything, but I'm just telling you where I'm like kind of sitting at right now. Yes, it does need to differentiate at some point between what it means to have these runes and these runes, right? Now, maybe, I mean, Harn being storm, is there another word? Rage? Rage is cool. Could it be synonymous with rage? Storm / rage? Entombed. Lost. I love that. Since dragons are good at everything they try to do, manipulation, blue and bronze tactics, copper being a trickster and storyteller, could a skill room be a thing? You're gonna very much like the Eokaric rune I came up with for, was it, no, it's not Ixen. What was the draconic word for rest? Is it rest or sleep? Because that one is very brass dragon. Where you at? Yeah, Sissive. Okay. Here you go. Those that bear Sissive find joy in the most mundane of conversations. I'm trying to figure out what the passive effect is going to be, but essentially whenever you invoke it, it's going to expel the sleep breath, right? Just... I am trying to figure out if it's okay to leave it as a saving throw or they fall unconscious. You being able to invoke this even once in a fight is really strong. Really, really strong. There's a reason why sleep is designed the way that it is, because if something just had to fail the saving throw, sleep would be remarkable at later levels. Like, so good. It needs something to make sure that it can't just, like... I always thought it was weird that sleep is tied into hit points rather than a saving throw, but it kind of has to be. What is... But yeah, I mean, you've kind of followed the same through line I'm kind of building up with that, where, you know, this one for Sissive, fire and rest, because mostly brass dragons are associated with it. Maybe it could attune with them, so fire. I thought about the possibility of, you know, fury to infernal is always fire. The reason I wrote this one is because I was trying to repurpose Ild. The second effect of Ild made like no sense at like as a giant natured kind of an effect. But Ild in this system is just a generally good fire weapon buff. Bam. Let me see here. There's Booyog. What was it? What was I just on, you guys? Harn. Okay. Oh, I'm digging that one, just not right now. Yeah, let's skip. That'll work. So what's the cool effect here for Harn? What's a pretty minor... You know, I mean, the invoked effect is so good. And general... Oh, wait a minute. You know how I could make these really good and not make them really redundant on someone trying to make a Dragonborn Runekeeper? Okay. This way, this isn't redundant with... It is a layer of tracking. It will scale with you. Or... That's just way better. That is way better. I think if it's just a flat damage reduction, and you go Eokaric, and you specialize in this, that's really good for one specific damage type. That's a very, very great coverage of one damage type. It's not redundant if you go Blue Dragon, and then, or Blue Dragonborn. It's, yeah, I think that this is okay. Invoking time needs to be pretty significant on this. Yeah, if you go that build and you seriously just dedicate to like, I never want to take lightning damage, you can build that out. You can absolutely build that out. But I think that there's other ways that you can do it, you know? A defensive feature doesn't sound like Storm to you? Okay. How's that? That's huge. That's huge. If you go Eokaric, that's the way that you wind up making a blaster right there. That's so big. When a creature attuned to Harn deals lightning damage, it gains a bonus to one of the damage rolls equal to the number of runes you have inscribed from the Eokaric runic language or that translate to Storm in Common. What? Like... Oh, that feels so nasty. That is... If you wanted to make the blaster that is actually manipulating the power of magic, there you go. You don't really know how it scales. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. The scaling from this is mostly going to come from the words that you have inscribed on things, right? So, how many runes can you possibly get at a time, ever as a Rune Keeper? The number of runes that you can possibly have inscribed is 25. So you could add a flat 25 damage to something's lightning damage. That's scary. Scary. Now, if you specialize in it where you were like, I'm going to build out nothing but Eokaric runes or runes that translate into Storm, my dude, here you go. Here's another 25 damage you can do whenever you cast Lightning Bolt. I think the scary thing on this... Wait. Uh-oh. Hold up. Oh my god, I hate this. No. Did I make Witch Bolt good? Did I make Witch Bolt good? It deals it automatically. It deals it automatically. Well, that's the thing. I did make Witch Bolt really... I made Witch Bolt really good. Really good. Yeah, if you combine Witch Bolt with this, that's a little bit much. How's a Runekeeper gonna get lightning damage reliably? I mean, there's the runes aren't even half built out. And it's, you know, this is, the Runekeeper is not necessarily going to be the big blaster. You could build that. Is it overpowered now? I think it's very good. I think it is extremely good. But I think that there's other spells. Well, okay, it's not a matter of, I made Witch Bolt good, this can't be a thing. It's a matter of, it might be okay. Because in order for you to do that kind of a build... Well, okay. I think if you're going to take this... What breaks this is going to be you go Wizard, and then you dip over into Runekeeper for a level, and you get Harn. No, you can't. Harn's prerequisite is 7th level. You can't get this by multiclassing. Or conventional multiclass dips. This is kept just out of the range of a lot of big... Oh, okay, but you go 7 levels of... Yes, I tear and pounds, am the destroyer of worlds. Now you go Harn. You go in, get this for 7 levels, bam, get Harn. That's a very good rune. That is a very scary rune. You go over into Wizard, and congratulations, you can do... Oh, no. No. No, there's cantrips that deal lightning damage. This can't be a thing. It is a big commitment, but no, Shocking Grasp. Shocking Grasp. It can't be a thing. It's so unintuitive to most 5e players. Well, I mean, no matter what, here's my deal. I have to design. Hey, Camus, how's it going? I have to consider whenever I'm designing and think about these kinds of fringe cases, right? Specifically say it must be a leveled spell, but that doesn't feel like you're really, like, in tune with the elements of it, right? I think it might be. Equal to half the runes that you've inscribed from the Eocharic runic language, or that translate the storm in common. Yeah, the most powerful hand buzzer in the world. I mean, okay, the way that you make it flat to where it's just fine and it's just okay. This is okay. You can give the rune to your buddies. That's exactly the problem. Because yes, I am thinking about multi-class building, but I'm also thinking about, whenever I'm designing a support, I have to think about the fact that you can give this to your friends. You can absolutely give this to your friends. And what this does is this is dishing out the potent spellcasting feature. It still scales. It's not broken with Shocking Grasp because you're going to have to be a support to, throw that over. You can get Shocking Grasp with a feat, in which case, like, You want to roll up that's kind of a sick character, I'm not going to lie. A Dragonborn. The cool thing is, you get this as a blue Dragonborn. Your breath weapon gets better, which is nasty. You do any lightning damage, that's made better by the fact of you've gotten this rune Harn and Eokaric. This feels so dragon. Like, this helps out so many dragon-based characters. Oh, that's pretty... I like that a lot. It... And here's what I'm thinking. Lightning Lord, God... Oh, you're right. Lightning Lord does work with this. I mean, I'm trying to remember how insane that would be. Is it Chain Lightning? That would be pretty nuts. Do they have a set duration? It's listed in its invoked effect, always. One creature of your choice, and then you pull it in a straight line towards you. It adds this on top. I think this might be okay. Yeah, it is a fairly common damage type. There's a lot of creatures that are immune to it. It's exciting. That's my big thing, is that this is an exciting thing that you see and you're like, ooh, okay. And I think it might be okay. Once on each of its turns, when the creature attuned to Harn deals lightning damage, it gains a bonus to one of the damage rolls equal to your rune magic ability modifier. And lightning bolt. Well, sure. But I mean, lightning bolt's already so nuts. We're riding the lightning, but no AC/DC. Yeah, I don't want this stream to wind up getting copyright striked. Yeah, lightning bolt does, but like, in 9 times out of 10, it's just, yeah. Yeah, you do. Scribe's Wizard could get pretty nutso with this. But, is it really like, I think JM's got the point here. It's no worse than anything you can do with Eldritch Blast. Yeah, Agonizing Blast, Sparky Boy Edition. Is there any danger in pairing it with Sorcerer's Transmuted spell meta magic? The danger there. The first thing that comes to my mind is how does it interact if this one gets meta magic? Or, sorry, wow, Eldritch Blast. No, okay, it can't change it to Force. You can change it to Lightning, and then... So you're still spending a sorcery point to change it over to Lightning, so that therein it gets the bonus on top of it. So what you're talking about here now is... Now, sure, there's other ways that you can grab this, right? Meta Magic Adept, you go over, get this, you get the sorcery points, sure. That's still tying it into a resource, and your a level investment, feat investment, and all that other stuff. There's so many other good things that you can get, rather than this one particular thing to add your ability modifier on top of an instance of lightning damage. I'm curious. I mean, it's very clean and very simple. Um, yeah, multiple attacks and damage. Yeah. It's a yeah, this is one that I actually think if I look at and I'm like, wow, this looks absolutely absurd. What the hell? Like, and I'm starting to really try and think of fringe cases in which this might be too strong. I actually think it's kind of okay. Like, can you inscribe this rune multiple times? Yes. But it's only once on each of its turns. Does it need to clarify that this effect is not cumulative? So if I inscribe harm multiple times, it only affects one of the damage rolls? I mean, if you've got a buddy... Okay, attunement is also keeping this in check. Because, yeah, you can attune to a bunch of these, and your whole thing is I want to nuke something with lightning damage. I can attune to 3 instances of harm, and then I can add a plus 15 once on each of my turns to a... Like, that feels like such a real specific build path to do this one scary-looking kind of thing, right? Yeah, I mean, sure, but someone could always design a spell that's just better. But, like... I still think... I think that the first effect is fine. Yeah, I think that the first effect is fine. One of the other themes that's kind of interesting with dragons is... It's a cool thing with dragons and elementals, how they have this kind of flip, right? Dragons, like whenever they're dealing out this damage, oh, how do I put it? Oh crap, I had the thought and then I lost it. I completely spaced. Never mind. So by making them good, you're also leveling the playing field for players who don't want to get locked into the same choices every game. The spell Call Lightning gets a double dip from this rune every turn. It's just once on each of its turns. So it's only one time on its turn. And it has to be on that creature's turn. So in an entire round of combat, this can only happen one time that this happens. Call Lightning is very, very good with this. Yeah, I think that this is actually okay. I think I'm just a little too paranoid about the possible effects of it. Yeah, you're having to divest a whole lot in order to get this rune looking really good. I think it's fine. It'll take you a minute to invoke it. Now, here's the scary thing. When invoked, thunderstorms rage within 5 miles of the object inscribed with harm. So how do we make this to where we have nerf down, call, or control weather to the point of this being reasonable, right? For like, you can get this at 7th level. There you go. There really aren't too many lightning damage cantrips. So we're not even changing the temperature. We may be changing, yeah, we're probably changing the wind to where it's a storm. And the precipitation is going to be probably, you know, rain, hail, snow, maybe torrential rain. So we're changing 2 effects of this, and they're very specific. It has to be a storm, strong winds. It says thunderstorms, rain. Yeah. Okay. So, range, self, 5 miles. How big is the territory? Because we can still scale this up. Where is it? Where is it? Where'd you go? Giant runes. Oh, this is something else I had opened. There we go. Could it be for 10 minutes? It could be that, like, it starts out slow, or it starts out small, and then the more that you have, I don't want to do prof scaling because I want it to stay tied into these other runes, right? Okay. For the next hour, thunderstorms rage within 5 miles of the object inscribed with harm. The duration and radius of this effect increases by 1. Sure. Yeah, doubles, doubles, doubles. It can't really be that exponential. I was trying to think about how. I think once you hit 5 runes, it should be able to last for 24 hours. Well, from the giant runic language, or from the Eokaric language. Yeah. Yeah, can't do that. Some kind of scaling like that. It's weird in that it goes, 1 to 4 hours to 8 hours to 12 hours to 24 hours, but that's the first thing that came to my brain. That's what the general idea would be, I think, with it. It has to be thunderstorms. And then whenever you combine it with other runes from Eokaric, it'll help you to, like, also create other effects like that, which feels really cool. Once you are, like, manifesting different Eokaric runes, you have a much bigger control over the weather or whatever. I think that's actually pretty sick. I don't know, we'll figure that out. Okay. Supernal, we were looking at Vita, and then what it meant for life, right? So, Vita, life, to Supernal, this is going to be okay. Could it increase for every 2 runes inscribed? I'll think about that scaling once I get back to it. Now, wait a minute, does this, let me double check something real quick. That's the reason why the formatting is so weird on this one. There is... basic character formats. Let's go here. That looks better. Yeah, that'll work. There we go. So, this is what life means to Supernal, right? You're going to literally increase the amount of life something has. Dwarf, life is going to mean, or Deathic, life is going to mean you give something life, right? So the dwarf, what's the Deathic word for life? Because we could just take a spell already and condense it down. Some people were asking about animate objects and how to take that and reduce it down. Ally, life, home, slaughter, love, endurance, hope, strategy. Oh, they do have a word for doom. I need to hit up Zipperon and ask about borrowing that mechanic. Anvil could just be synonymous with life. Home. Let me see. Is there a... do they have a word for life? Let's just do Lingo Jam. Hey, thank you for coming by, Solar Storm. I hope you have a good one. Just Logif. Logif will work. Sure. H-I-J, life. Okay. So, leaf. I still really want to flesh out the identity of what all these different words that are synonymous with each other could mean. Sure. Before we figure out the effect. Okay, translation. Okay. Body text. So, this is the room that I think if you were going to invoke, like if you were going to give something animus, this would be the way that you would do it. Now, how do we want to make this work? I can take animate objects and make this, like, condense it down to where it's a rune power. Animate objects is already kind of its own special spell. I don't know that that's the way that we want to go with it. Tiny Servant is great at this. And what I think you can do is just say, you get Tiny Servant. And the creature can cast Tiny Servant with any spell slots it has. Just say, this is, I think this can be my proof of concept for what spells granted through runes is going to be. Would the Deathic Life rune enable you to move the inscribed object as per Mage Hand telekinesis and then invoke for combat potential as per animate objects? That's pretty funny. You were able to command it like remote control, which I think it's interesting to come up with that thought. What I think that this should do, what is like the simplest version of this, is I think that the creature attuned to it should just have tiny servant. Let me steal some words here. What am I looking for? Race. I'm looking for... Watch this. Okay. If the creature is attuned to leave, how have they phrased class levels in the past? Yeah. Wait, okay, your Runekeeper level. Because if it's going to allow you to cast Animate Object, which is a 5th level spell, you need to be a 9th level Runekeeper for that. Oh, hey, thanks there. What is it? Necrotronza rune? A creature attuned to this can cast Wish at will. $5 cash to the DM for casting a Wish. Oh, Microtrons. Gotcha. You're cute. If Jaunty was still a thing, Wish totally makes sense. Yeah. I know, throw some DLC into my D&D campaigns. Okay, so once the attuned creature casts Servant or so you are kind of dishing out, you're kind of dishing out spells with this, which I really dig. Like, one of your spells, Pay to Win, one of your abilities that you take, right, is that, the way I'm thinking about this, you are foregoing a cantrip and a spell as a Runekeeper of that power, right? A Runekeeper of that power in order to give somebody else the ability to cast 2 particular spells. This is very good. This is very good. Wait, not with this trait. I guess it's 9th level. The attuned creature. Okay. And I like the fact that it feels like you are kind of... Whenever I say that you're twisting reality a little bit, right? This feels like you're also kind of giving them, in a way, an understanding of these spells. Which is super cool. Anime Objects is 5th level. What level is Tiny Servant? What is the lowest level I could give this to you at? Wait, not the stat block. Where's the spell? Give me the spell. 3rd level. Okay, so that's 5th level. So, is the better way to do this... Is the better way to do this... no, not that. Where were the... Come on, where's the Everon backgrounds? Not House Agent. These are the ones that add your... Like, they add a whole bunch of crap to your... Or no, wait, that's the Dragon Mark. So they're actually races. Mark of Warding. Okay, there we go. Now, this is a very good rune. But this is going to be one that is already kind of paced out into how good it scales based on just leveling alone, right? Okay, spell level, spell, boom, boom. Header, there we go. Spells, boom. Okay. Now, this is a very good rune. But, it's kept in check by a few things. You're taking this and giving this to someone else. So you are foregoing levels in which you can be getting these spells to be getting these spells to somebody else. So I think that that's actually pretty okay. I'm curious what Ross would think about this. Like, I'm thinking about hitting him up just to see, like, okay, do you think that this is going to be too insane for what these things could do? It's going to require attunement. What I'm thinking, should this possibly give you the ability to cast the spell? Or, when you invoke it, you give it a spell slot that it can use to cast one of these spells. That spell slot is of either 1st, 2nd, 4th, 5th level. That's hitting so Warlock. That's getting very close to Warlock. Bye bye, Mr. Terrence. Oh man, hey, thanks for being here, Eric. Really appreciate you, man. By the way, is it as cold in where you are as it is where I am, which is apparently only 100 miles from you? 'Cause, woo. Oh, come on, sing it. Bye bye, Mr. Terrified. Drove my war horse to the stable, but the war horse has died. You gotta throw me more money for that, man. What are you talking about? Yeah, it dropped into the 40s. Yeah, it got bitter cold this morning here, man. Like, whoo. Oh. Well, all right, dude. Well, thank you for hanging out. You go get ready for your stream, all that stuff. I'll try to pop in later, see what's going on. Why'd that go? What? Why is it doing that? Why is it changing the... Why? Why was it doing that? That's so weird. $100 I'll walk over there someday. Yeah, man, come up to Tulsa. We'll go to Shuffles or something like that. We'll see you, man. Have a good one. Okay. Well, the spell slot granted is... Man, is that... That's probably too good. Something like that. I don't know. Let me just get the ideas out there. Okay, first, second, third, fourth, fifth. Wow, fifth. There we go. Let's do this. Sell. Go over here. Okay, so let's see what a good sure, one action you give them a spell slot that they can use to cast something else. Whatever. This is a pretty strong rune right now, and it does feel kind of dwarven magic. Okay, so what's a good first level spell for them to get? If the idea is that this is going to animate things, is there a really good first level spell for that? We already know they're going to get animate objects at 5th. Let's see what we can get. 1st, 2nd, 4th. Aid, Alarm, Alter Self, Animal Friendship, Animal Messenger. Arcane Eye is kind of cool. Is it Sculptor Imp based? I think it's flexible. I could be wrong on that. It's been a hot second since I remember checking it out. Now, yeah, giant constructor, yeah. What is... Let me hit him up. Ross, are you busy right now? Mage Hand, well, Mage Hand's a cantrip. I need something that feels like, what is the idea? I mean, False Life is funny. But it's only yourself, it's not another creature. Not Find Familiar. Identify? Does that feel right? No. Shield, Shield of Face, Silent Image, Silvery Barb, Sleep Snare, Caustic Brew. Floating Disc is kind of okay. Wait, Unseen? No, not Unseen Servant. That's like ghostly. Is Floating Disc alright? This just doesn't feel like it's giving something an animus, right? Could it maybe be restricted that, like, maybe it just doesn't give you a first level spell? Maybe it has, you have to wait until, like, 3rd level to get this rune? Animated plate. Arcane Lock feels... no. Cloud of Daggers is kind of... I mean, but that's not really evoking the thought, right? Continual Flame is kind of cool in a poetic way. Enhance Ability is pretty not terrible. Healing Spirit. Oh, Cloud of Daggers is super underrated. Yeah. People just see it and they're like, piercing damage? What? Or slashing damage or whatever? And they're like, I want to do magic. What are you talking about? And it's like, no, Cloud of Daggers is insane. I think someone on Reddit did the calculations and like, I don't think there's any other spell that has quite the potential to out damage Cloud of Daggers when cast in the right sequence. Like, whatever it was, yeah, it's a pretty nutso spell. Locate object, I guess, would kind of make sense. I see. This needs to be a rune. This needs to be a rune. Yeah, I'm gonna take immovable object and make it a rune. Hey, Phil, how you doing? Spike growth is so like, okay. Actually, now that I got Phil in here, hey Phil, tell me what your opinion is of this. I assume by this point you might be kind of familiar with like the runes and all that stuff, at least how the system works. You tell me what you think. Is giving something essentially the mark of race features that were in the dragon marks in Eberron? You think if I part and parcel those out and make them as runes, that this is going to be too insane? And then whenever they invoke the rune, they get a spell slot to cast it with. And then even if the creature doesn't know, they can still get a spell slot with this later on. Whenever you invoke it, bam, they get a spell slot that they can cast the thing with. You think it actually curves this class into Eberron? It does. The dragon marks. The dragon marks are the runes. If I scale it so it isn't outclassing the dragon mark? Well, I mean, the dragon marks are granting you 2 spells. Ooh. That's... I think we just found the narrative beat right there. Okay. And actually... Oh man, that is so good. Because, like, it's an entire race trait. And... to mark guild equipment and locations, etc. Possibly. If I say, like, ward and make it clear that, like, you know... Oh, is Magic Mouth on the list? Ooh, that's a good idea. Isn't Magic Mouth like 2nd level? Arcane Eye, maybe? So you think it couldn't be better than the marks? Because, like, I mean, the marks are a race trait, you know, and I view a rune as probably about worth half of one of these. So that's where I think, like, you could take out, you know, 1 spell apiece. But I think ultimately, if I'm trying to make it an analog like that, that's what would make the most sense, is just make the runes to where they are basically like the dragon marks. Like, I think that that's really good. Wards and seals. Yeah, I think that that's actually really good. Ward being a thing for let's just say Ward Draconic, right? Ward Draconic is, I don't know, maybe Protect? I think this is the way. Okay. It's Ward, Coward. Okay, how about Protect? Throth. Got it. This might be where the identity of runes gets 100% fleshed out, right here. Because it already has a lore precedent for this. That's a very reasonable power that you are granting to the rune with that. You expand somebody else's spell list. If you want to invoke it, like you want to be able to get that, cool, you can. Once or twice for short rest, which feels very warlock. But the other creature can just attune to it and know the spells. They can add them to their spell list because of the... Oh! Ooh, this is... You talk about a unique buffer. This might be it. This might be it right here. Whoa, what? Whoa, what has happened? What is happening? Alright, I'm just gonna type it. I don't know what happened there. Runekeeper needs to be... I need to put you back up in Draconic, where you belong. Armed and armored. So there's Runekeeper. Let me get... If I'm basically just making a dragon mark, right, as a... I think that's right. Oh, by the way, the fact that it requires attunement is also something that makes it a little bit weaker than a race trait. Dragon marks are, according to Eberron lore, like signs that you are somehow, if I remember right, it's like signs that you are somehow important in the prophecy, like the Draconic prophecy. And again, I'm not like a big Eberron expert or anything like that, but that's the impression that I got from it. Armed and armored. All right, hang on. Oh. Oh. I need the art. Come on. Yes! Yes! See, okay. Yes, this is so good. Is this new? Wait, is this Forgotten Realms? The Forgotten Realms expansion? If it is, they don't look like Forgotten Realms dwarves. It is? Kaldheim. Oh, okay. That is awesome. That's, I mean, you know, that's where I think, like, the Dwarf Runekeeper being the, I'm gonna remote control a robot to go fight for me is gonna be the way to go with that. By searching at the artist. I'm just always really careful about what I search on what screen. Svetlin Velinov. Svelton? Oh. Oh. Oh, that is so sick. This is so sick. This is everything. You know what? Like, I don't know who it is. The Runekeeper's in the back somewhere. No, the Runekeeper's inside, chilling out, right? They're in this big mech ready to go in and just fuck shit up. Oh my god, this is exactly what I want it to be. Yeah. You could squeeze in an illustration of something similar. Man, we'll definitely talk, because, like, this is the one that, like, I mean, so Dean Spencer has a version that's, I think rooted a bit more in, like, Forgotten Realms-y sort of a feel, but, like, man, for something that is going to be, like, such a cinematic, there we go, Dwarf Rune Mech, bam, like, Dean Spencer does a great job with his artwork, right? Like, this is awesome. I'm kind of happy with that, but, like, some part of me wants just something a little bit more specialized, right? Okay, I'll tell you what my problem is. It's that these look like Futharkian runes, not Dwarvish runes. They don't look Deathic. I just love all the Warhammer, like... Yeah. See, this is what I mean, like, this is... I want you to think about, like, I'm gonna go in and buy, like, a Rune Golem mini from a completely different game to play with D&D, right? Yeah. Philosophy. Truth. Oh, see, that's what I mean, right? That is that's the fantasy I want to invoke. Is it possible for you to make a character that could make Liberty Prime and have him in battle? Currently, no. I want the final goal to be, you know how insane it sounds to be like, I want the final goal to be that you can make a gargantuan mech with this thing? That is absurd. Like, is there a way that you can reasonably do that with any means in D&D outside of, like, a big 8th level spell slot or something? I don't think so. But I really think there should be. Because, like, you're able to summon this mech, right? The mech lasts for, I don't know, it feels weird to have it only last for, like, a number of rounds equal to whatever. You want the player to be like, I went down this class because there's a very specific thing I want to do with this. You know, and you can say, like, the rune that they have invoked can only control a mech of some kind, of some size. Don't believe in your die, believe in me, who believes in your die. Oh man, that's the fantasy I want right there, right? Just like, justice, the Constitution is unwavering. Okay, so Throth, because if we were just gonna make it, are we just gonna rip stuff? We're just gonna start ripping stuff. Now I need to... You got a book of Spellfire mech on your workbench for later 2022? Hey, yeah, I'm, you know, anybody that anybody I'm working with or working around, like anybody in this sphere, I'm like, cool, I am all about trying to figure out how to make stuff compatible with each other's work. Um, there we go, boom. What just happened? Where'd my infernal go? Weird. Is InDesign about to shit the bed? Is that what's going on? Okay, I think we're good. Alright, so there's the Infernal G-H-I Goblin Infernal Jotun Primordial Supernal. Goodbye Surikar, goodbye Tirsu. Hey, you were cool ideas while you lasted. Alright. We can always come back to those later. I think Goblin is a must. I don't think there's a way to get around it. I think Goblin is just a must, has to make it. Goblin runes just sound so funny. You know, Adobe did just update not super long ago, because I'm having to use InDesign 2022 now. I don't know exactly when that was, but I've definitely noticed that Photoshop and InDesign are just not really doing a great job at, they're not really doing a good job at, like, talking to themselves in a way. It seems like some of the code that was like, okay, well, you're going to go refer to this, like the page masters or something like that. It seems like it's not doing a good job at, like, communicating. I don't know. It's weird. Yeah. Goblin has massive Eberron ties, like Goblin runes? Wait, I was doing a thing. And then I got distracted. If there's Goblin runes, yes, let's talk. This was gonna go to Thrall. And this was basically just gonna be maybe Simic. I don't want to get super into MTG stuff. Dakani? Oh. Okay, let's look at just the con. The Empire of the Con. Heirs of the Con. So is there... Wait, the Con... What? Oh, fort. I thought that said font. I was like, oh, okay. Yeah, I forget, like... Their magic rule the world, some 6K? Really? What does Goblin script look like? Is it just Davik? Orc language is written in Goblin script. Where is it though? I want to see it. Very unexplained magic. Think in Eberron or other giant or goblin. Let me see if I can find something. So it mostly looks like Goblin is... I want something to feel goblin. You see it should feel goblin. I guess it's just sort of, it's been Davik for a while. Deep speech. Yeah, I think that's going to make the Goblin runes feel like... Oh, you were thinking Ravnica. That... I'll get to the character of Goblin runes, because I think it's very easy to justify. There's just a fun... It was an idea that the second I heard it, I was like, I knew I have to make this happen. I just need to figure out, like, where to find some stuff to support it a little bit more. Okay, so Throth needs to just be copy paste. We're just gonna take this stuff over here, put it over here. I hate that they put Armor of Agathis on this as a first. Oh man. Lift of warding. Magic circle. Okay. I really... well, it'll be fine because the spell slot you can get with this is going to be... it's still not fine because it adds it to their spell list. But it's not a spell that they know. It's a spell they have to prepare. I guess it's okay. It's just added to their spell list. Whatever. Whatever. This is the system I'm designing for. I gotta stick with whatever. That's fine. That's fine. When invoked, it's gonna grant you the spells, right? Give me that. There we go. Shield of Faith instead. There are so many other things. Like, I've harped on Armor of Agathis way too much on my channel. Yeah, the big issue right now is that Wizards of the Coast doesn't understand how Warlock spells are designed, why Warlock Pack Magic was designed the way that it was, and why spells like Hex or some of the smites, some of the ranger spells are not of the same level of power or even designed mechanically the same as wizard, sorcerer, cleric, or druid spells. Warlock is absolutely not a full caster. Okay. So how does this scale up? Does it do Warlock scaling? Is it overpowered? Armor of Agathis, let me say this. Armor of Agathis is not objectively overpowered, but the return that you get on investment for casting that spell with a spell slot of like 6th level and above is pretty major, insofar as there are certain subclass features that can reduce damage that doesn't chip away from Armor of Agathis, and therein causes the flat damage to trigger and still deals that out. There is a specific like interaction that can occur with Armor of Agathis, which causes what I think is a very unintended gameplay loop, which gets avoided if you make one particular change, and it's just the fact that Armor of Agathis cannot be cast above 5th level. You make that, Armor of Agathis is fine, but you start casting it above that, it's people are going to make the argument. I already know this because I get it a million times. I would rather use my 6th level spell slot for other things. I totally get it. It doesn't change the fact that the mechanic is still there. Like, if you can potentially cause something to just automatically attack the thing that has Armor of Agathis on it, if you do the soft kind of taunt of this thing is going to have disadvantage on attack rolls against other creatures other than me, yeah, a good Thorns build, right? Armor of Agathis is like, it's cool, right? I like the idea of I'm going to go Thorn, that Thorn kind of archetype, right? But like, Armor of Agathis dealing out that flat damage like that is a lot. A lot. The level of this spell slot, what's the Warlock wording for this? Because it needs to only be one spell slot. Where's it at? Warlock. You must expand the spell slot and then refers to something up here. Okay. Wary of Homebrew that introduces flat damage reduction to armor, and that's, yeah. If you're trying to do once for each spell, you can check out the... Oh, no, I'm not trying to do once for each spell. Warning for the Ranger optional feature. Which optional feature? How do they word this thing I'm thinking of? The level of it... I guess this spell slot's level increases this gains a first level spell slot to cast one of the spells from the feature from the table above. This spell slot's level increases when you reach certain levels in this class. No, this spell slot's level increases doesn't need to be when you reach certain levels in this class. Inscribed. at the following character levels. There we go. Primal awareness. Ah. Well, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. My thought is this needs to grant you. Does it? Like, it should grant you the ability to cast a spell, so it gives you a spell slot temporarily in the same way that a warlock can get a spell slot through their pact magic, right? So that's kind of what I'm thinking. The attuned creature gains a first level spell slot to cast one of the spells from the table above. This spell slot's level increases based on how many runes you have inscribed from the Eokark runic language, becoming a okay, realistically, I need to do a table of this. I just need to do a table for this. I need to do this because I need to get my math out there and do my proof. Okay, so I know that absolutely maximum let's do 23 rows. Let's do 5 columns. Alright. Well, I'm just gonna put this here. Layout be damned. I just need to do my math. Okay, so let's say level, minimum runes you can have. I'll say the average. Let's say expected. No, let's say average. Expected. And then max. Okay. I'll show you guys why I'm doing this. I want to be able to figure out if I'm going to be using this as my scaling. I want to be able to figure out the most potential you can get out of this. If your table, like, this, bam, bam. Okay, let's say this. Minimum is like completely starved, right? You, for some reason, didn't invest into your intelligence. You have 1 level as a Rune Keeper, but you have a minimum of 1, right? Let's say you went dump stat, and your intelligence score is, for whatever reason, a -5. Minimum of 1, right? It's a 5, so plus your Runekeeper level, -5, and then it's a minimum of 1. So then there's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 16, 17. I think that might be too much. 8th, 9th, 10th. Okay. And let's say max. Let's say your DM just says, you know what, I want you to roll. I want you to roll 3 d20s. And you wind up with an ability score of 20 at level 1 as a Runekeeper. So you have a modifier of +5. Okay. So +5, +1 because of your level. So 5, 1. You can have up to 6 inscribed, right? Yeah, 6 inscribed. Okay, so 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Yeah, but we do have to consider, this is like what I was saying about like, it's that, you know, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. I can totally design to incentivize you to take intelligence as your main ability here, but I can't force you to. I can't, you know, so I have to design with that in mind. These are my table cells. Come on, put it in the middle, please. Here we go. Headers. Bam. Put it in the middle. Thank you. Okay. So, average. I'm going to assume that on average, you most likely... Delivine. Hey, welcome back. Yeah, we are back on the Sigma grind. Average. Average is going to start out. We're going to assume that you most likely probably have at least a 16 in this score, so a +3, right? So 3 plus your, so average of 4, right? 4, 5, 6. Here we have a potential ability score improvement. I'd say it's probably fair that you put that into your invocation ability. So we're going to assume that now your score is a +4. So 4 plus your level 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. It's possible right here you may have put another 2 points into the intelligence, so we'll assume it's gonna double up there. So 13. Now we are at the like threshold, right? We are at the, it can get no higher than a +5 at this point. 13, 14, 15, 16, 20, 21, 25. Okay. Expected. I guess that... I guess I'm going to say that this is my expected rather than my average. Yeah, expected is what I'm really designing around. Okay. So, what are the big threshold levels for this? I would say you get a real big power spike at 4th because you can invoke 2, or you can inscribe 2 more. Oh no, wait, you get to know 2 more. No, yes, invoke, inscribe. Jeez. A wizard could prepare that many. There are magic items that can push that threshold even further. Yeah. The cool thing that I wanted to do with this was make it to where you get a feature that boosts your intelligence up to 22. So that way, in the end, whenever you have all the runes, you literally have an alphabet with you, 26 different runes. I thought that was really cool. Like, just a fun little Easter egg there. So, inscribed. Is this too many that you can have inscribed? Because now we have a limit on our scale. I would think that most likely it has to be for every 5 runes you have inscribed. That is the safest I think I can go. Oh, okay, Ross is going to a D&D session. Okay. Yeah, I think it does. I think it has to be... I think no matter what, our sense of scale has to be for every 5. Greek alphabet has 24. Because... Does it have to be every 5 or every 4? They could be used as runes. You know, in Odyssey of the Dragon Lord, that might fit pretty well over there. Oh man, I wish Ross was free. Okay. This is gonna frustrate me. Why am I feeling not confident about this scaling? Artificer. Infusion's known. They can get up to 12. These are magic items. They can get 10. I'm basically... Okay, 6 infused. They also get cantrips that are always on. So I'm going to consider that like... They also get all these spells, spell slots. Phil, what do you think? You've seen the power so far. Do you think that... You know what I'm worried about here? Like... It just feels like a bit much. It feels like there is a lot that they are getting. But it would feel weird to restrict it. Like, oh man, what is this? There is a secret here, and I have to figure out what the 25 is wizard scale. And I guess that's fine, because this is their main thing. Yeah, imagine playing the character and having to remember 25 different active runes. That is... Well, but that's also a 9th level character, or sorry, a 20th level character. Realistically, a 1st level player playing this is going to have 4. Which is the same as wizard. It's actually, yeah, it's int based. Yeah, a Wiz has a book for spells, so it's, I mean, I base the mechanic basically off wizard. That is, like I said, that is a 20th level Runekeeper. By that point, that character has very, very likely, because not smart, that character has very, very likely been using these for a long time. They know they're inscribed runes and everything. Yeah, I don't think that that's really the core issue. Yeah. The real problem is the passives. However, my constant pushback against that is this right here. Artificer has a lot of different things that they can be dishing out. The problem is that they can't all be active at the same time, right? What are you having to remember as an Artificer? What infused items are currently out there? The cantrips known, which at that level, yeah, but like, realistically, what am I designing for? Probably about a character that's going to get up to this point, right here, 10th level, right? Are the passives less of a burden to deal with if you invoke them and they turn off? I think that introduces a active passive scaling as an Artificer. Let's go 7 more hours. What is the deal here? What is the... Quarter of your known runes as used passives is not inconvenient. I don't think so either. I think it's a matter of you're managing this in the same way that you're managing magic items, right? Like, hey Randy, how you doing? You're managing this in the same way that a wizard is going to manage their spells, that an artificer is going to manage their spells and their magic items. In scale attunement, wait, what? What if you require attunement for passives in scale attunement, same as artificer? It does require attunement for that creature to benefit from the passive. What do I think about goblins? Goblins gonna gob? I don't know. The fact that okay, ooh, it does require attunement. That's actually already it does require attunement, so that means it's already kind of limiting by the fact of attunement being a restriction in the game, right? Because whenever I think of cantrips, I think of this as a power that's just like, you can do this crazy thing like sending fire out, right? I mean, realistically, if you were to write a feature that was like, a creature can use their action to spit fire from their flames, a creature that gets hit by the fire takes whatever damage, if the runes are spread out amongst the party, tracking those passives is their problem. Yeah, you hoard them, it's yours. Your job at that point is like, they track the passive, they need to be aware of that thing. You might remind them every once in a while, but at that point it's like bardic inspiration. If you forget about that dice, that's on you, buddy, but I threw it out to you, you know. But your big thing is, I want to remember which ones I can invoke. Does a rune translation buff those items? Wait, what? Does a rune translation also buff those items? I'm not sure what that might be like. Questioning. Let's get... No, come on. Give me... No. Ah, we've had a lot of Shovel Knight music on. There we go. That'll work. Inherently, an object can only benefit from one of your runes at a time. Now, it could be opened up later on. The common translation buff, does it also buff the item? It could, yes. It could buff the item. Oh wait, you mean does it carry over? Like, are the properties of like one rune going to be carried over to another rune, or? Huh. I think... Is this something I'm just hung up on, where I need to figure out the scaling? And does the scaling need to be... like, what reels it in, right? It's not like a proximity buff. No, no, if they're on the same item, no, it's all about how many runes. It's all about the runes that you currently have inscribed as a Rune Keeper. Not how many are like on the item or anything like that. But maximum of 5 up here, right? What am I thinking? Like, if I'm trying to think of what is the max, what is the scaling going to be for casting these up, I have to think about it. Do I think about it like it's a warlock spell slot for the invoking use, or is it actually something different? I think it's actually better. Because Warlock only has... If I think about it like this, Warlock only has the invoke action twice per short rest. Going up until... Okay, and then it's 4th here. What's the math? Man, what's the math on this? Like, okay, they can do cantrips infinitely. This thing doesn't get cantrips. But I do have to look as invoking it as if it's getting a spell. Warlock does get a whole lot of other stuff, but this is the one thing I have to compare it to. They do get their invocations! They do get their invocations! Kind of, like, yes, but also no. Because attunement is going to help keep that in check, right? Attunement helps keep that somewhat in check, although there are going to be others that are just going to be basically magic items, which I don't think is going to bother much of anybody. Those can't scale. If it doesn't require attunement, it cannot scale. And I don't even know that its invoked effect can actually have combat relevance, like significant combat relevance. I think if it's going to be like a no attunement rune, it has to be as bare bones simple as possible. And I think in a way that's how you can distinguish like a major versus a minor rune in a way. Major runes are going to require attunement, minor runes don't, if you want to think about it like that. But the issue that I'm having is I can't figure out exactly what it's comparable to and solidify, like I can't agree on that in my head. I can't figure out what the rune itself, it has an action, or wait, wow, it has a passive, which I'm thinking is about cantrip power, and then it has an invoked effect, which I think is like a spell, right? Do you get to choose the spell slot level if you meet 2 prerequisites? Like you mentioned, spell slot equals per 5 runes. What if you take 10 runes and want to use 2 level 1 spells? It just needs to be based on the number of runes that you have. But no, I don't think it would be, you get to choose. I mean, like automatic, it's just like bam. Oh, wait a minute. No, wait, Joe Garcia's right. Wait, Joe Garcia's so right. Cantrip scale. Cantrip scale. Oh my god, I'm an idiot. Yes. Okay, cantrip scale. So because of that, and you're missing out on cantrip scaling. It's not going to play anything like the Rune Scribe. Yes, the fact that cantrips scale is what justifies the fact that this is actually getting more passive effects. Because the runes... Okay, does that mean that the rune passives can't scale, though? I think that they can. You just got to be very careful with it. Oh, that is... Okay. Okay. So, what that does for us is gives us some math to work off of. The levels to watch out for: 11th, 5th, and 17th. Okay? So what happens at these levels? If we're looking at the math here, what are we catching here? Because that needs to be where we can see our scaling happen. $10, $16, $22. It's an increase of 6. It is. It's a 6. Look here. Whenever you get the power, maximum of 6, right? Boom. Now, this is not to be the way that it's expected to play out, right? A character that has 6 runes at first level is a character that was allowed to have a +5 to their intelligence modifier. This is a very unaverage character. So this is above the point of what I would consider to be a balanced character for this. But it is a thing to look at, okay? So... six. So if we look, 6, 10... Maybe the 6 thing is just me, I don't know. Let's say expected 6. Or expected 4, 9, 16, 22. Because at that point, that's where you can get the +5. Let's say, let me do another column here. Expected, let's say no improvement. No imp, sure. Let's just say +3 average, right? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Okay. Okay. What's the scaling? 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's every 4? No, every 9th level is going to be a good power spike level. That means yes. $20 cantrip level runes and 6 major runes? You mean like per alphabet or something? Oh, it's so like... Man, see, this is why I appreciate Ross. Like, Ross can just make a magic system work. This is... Oh. Okay, 17th level. Let's say ultimate power, right? This feels like 17th level is where you should be, as a lot of other characters, hitting like... Ugh, man, I got ham in my mouth. Blech. Okay. 17th level is where most characters are getting, you know, their 9th level spell slots and stuff, right? That should be like, oomph. Whenever you step into that, here we are, right? So I think if Warlock has got... Warlock should have their 4 5th level spell slots by that point, right? Yeah. So at that point, I think we might have our scaling. If Warlock has 4 5th level spell slots, right here, 20 divided by 4 is 5. And an ultimate ultimate power of this is going to be that you have 25 runes. So I think that the scaling has to be... I think that the scaling has to be for every 5 runes that you have known from the language. Or that translate to the word... for every 5 runes that you have from either the language or that translate to the word in common. God, how do I write that though? Because I want them to be additive. I want it to be that, like, you know, if I know 4 runes in Eokaric and then I know another rune in another language, that means life. I want those to still add to the same pool, right? Where both of those can be representative of that same number. And I think that the wording that I have on some of these doesn't reflect that. So I think it does have to be for every 5 runes. And what's funny is that also justifies why the Rune Knight doesn't get scaling. Make a table otherwise. Because a maxed out Rune Knight getting 25 of these slots, or 25 of these, like, what do I mean? Oh my god, my brain right now. Okay. Let me do this. Okay. Power spike levels are going to be every time that you can get up to 5 runes. Because that's going to enhance the base power of the runes that you can invoke that have scaling. Okay. But I did... No, wait, it's fine. Wait, Terran, it's fine. Yeah, Warlock Rest. Let me go to the bathroom. Give me 10 minutes to kind of think this out. Go to the bathroom. Grab something to eat real quick. We'll get back on this. I promise. So yeah, let me do that. I'll talk to you guys here in a second. we're now a mukbang channel. That's too much cheese. I feel like I broke my brain. I'm saying, I think the math on this is gonna just frustrate me to no end. I need to get somebody like Ross in here, or wait a minute. Yeah. Oh boy. Let me see. Heavy, are you still... Yeah, Heavy's still gone. Man. What's the... the thing yeah, no, I've got to eat. I realized like how hungry I was getting, and I was like, I'm just not thinking right. I got to eat something. Okay. So God, good choice. Okay. So I can focus on the math on this and try to crunch this out. I don't think I'm gonna make the math make sense on this until I just get more features down. Hey John, how you doing? Stream is going really well. Really well. We're actually getting a lot of stuff accomplished. I feel like we're doing pretty well. But we hit a hang up. And rather than, why does it say quee? I don't know what happened there. Sometimes I just hit ring. Okay. So we had a bit of a good eureka moment happen, which was immediately followed by a run into a brick wall moment. Because there's something I would like for this class to be able to allow you to do, but I cannot justify the math on it. Actually, can I? Yes, I can. I can. I can. Because half-caster scaling. I can. If you invoke the rune, but it only becomes a 5th level spell, they learn the spell, they can cast it using any of the spell slots that they have. They can prepare that spell, but the only thing that you can grant them is a spell slot of the level of a half-caster. And that doesn't break the Warlock. That's not stronger than Warlock. That's not. Okay. So that makes sense. It's not stronger than Warlock in that at 10th level it's still going to be like a 3rd level spell slot. But okay, is in reality, wait, the attuned creature, no, it's still, hang on, it's still held back by the fact that the creature has to be attuned to it. So therein, the most other spell slots you can grant other creatures is going to be about 3, which means it's about the same as the merchant, what the merchant can dish out. Now, sure, you can invoke this and grant all these other creatures like 3 5th level spell slots. It's restricted by the spell that they can cast. It's not from their spell list. You are not granting them a spell slot. You are granting them one specifically for this. This should be fine. Um, I can. I'm gonna go back and through and get that wording. I've got to eat. Oh my god. Okay. No, that's good. That's good. I think that would be fine. Yeah, there should just be a command in chat that says attunement. Oh. Okay. Yeah. If ever you guys hear me winding down a road of what am I eating? Frito chili pie. If ever you guys hear me winding down a road of like, oh my god, but too many, they can get us up to too many creatures. Attunement. Attunement fixes it. Now sure, you can attune to multiple of these and get a lot of this. God damn it. No, half-caster. You can attune to up to 6 of them, which is going to get you like 6 spell slots specifically for certain spells that you can invoke. Yep, and they're not gonna go up the same as Warlock. They're gonna go up a half-caster. God damn it! Yes, this is it's self-fixing. Okay, yes, it fixes itself. Okay. Hang on. That math looks really nasty. I need to fix that. But yeah. Not bad. Really not bad. Okay. So, do that. Am I gonna have to ban like tech as a word in my chat? It's insane how bad the bots are here on YouTube. Okay. I still need a first level spell for this. What is a good first level spell that feels like it is giving something life that has to do with objects? Hey, thank you so much, Joe. I'm hanging. I'm hanging. I think it's self-balancing. I needed to kind of relax, but yeah, I think that this will work. Catapult. Catapult. Okay. Now, I like the idea. That's funny. But can we follow it up? Is there what's happened with that? I just need regular. Yeah. I'll deal with that another time. Identify. I can understand. Catapult's gonna scale up pretty well. Identify makes sense. Like, what I really love is like this scales differently, right? Like if you're a full caster that gets this, it's actually really good because you can access animate objects super early, right? But if you're like a half caster or something else, you're gonna have to wait till you have a 5th level spell slot or you get it through this, right? Like I like this. Yeah, that works really well. Okay, I like that a lot. Oh, wow. Over 5,000 views on the channel in the last day? Hey. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oof, I just don't know that I want to... Yeah. I just got an odd notification that I'm going to ignore. The story, well, you can't use, if it's going to go in the DM's Guild, you can't use anything from Ack Inc., which is weird. Yeah, I'm good. It's just the comments that I get anytime that I anytime that I cover a video that's about like maybe some controversy that's going on in the TTRPG sphere, you get a lot of morons that just come there that like you can tell don't even watch the video. They don't care to understand your point. They just want to label you as somebody that they're going to disagree with, because they want someone to bitch at, right? Ugh. So, oh well, I also just recently got some free time to get back on the YouTube thing. I was at one point working on the Scion with Dan Felder, but Dan got a job at Riot Games, and I started teaching, so we just got way too busy to really keep up the work on that. Like, maybe at some point I might consider picking that back up, but like, another problem with the Scion is that it's just, if you make a Scion class right now, it's going to be one of about like 1,000 out there. And like, yeah, sure, we can make something and be like, yeah, cool, here's ours, and then throw it out there into the sea of millions, you know what I mean? I need to look around a little bit more. But yeah. Oh, we'll see a blue thumbnail. Well, Unseen Servant feels almost like ghostly. But yeah, it's possible. The reason I like the idea of a Scion that felt like the Blast controller. Not that I'm going to throw out a lot of damage, but I can lock down a lot of stuff. That would have been sober, like just, oh yeah. But, my problem at the time was that I just hadn't really seen a Scion that did what Yeah, web DM, dungeon coach, like there's all kinds of scions out there, and of the ones I've seen, it's like I don't know. It's just not. It's a cool thing, but it's not the kind of thing that I've got enough people asking to play to make me interested in making it happen. You know what I mean? Because my idea for it was like, you are basically the magic barbarian in a way, or like barbarian might be the I go in and damage things, but you are the like instead of might of muscle, you are might of mind, and you're going to exert that force with like over channeling and all this other stuff, right? But like at the end of the day, it was cool. We had some interesting mechanics happen with it, but I just felt like it was going to get lost in a sea of different psionic character options. I haven't. I've heard about it, but yeah, no, I haven't actually played it. Yeah, welcome back, Phil. That's all good. Thanks for being here anyways, Attack. But yeah, okay. So I think, as long as I follow this path right here that I set with Leaf, right? This should be okay for the scaling. I just need to figure out a cleaner wording for the when invoked thing. You know, the Scion at some point might be fun to pick up again, but like, there's so many other cool ideas that I want to make happen. The Rune Knight is gonna, or sorry, the Rune Keeper. Wow, the Rune Keeper is gonna take some work, and I'm very, very happy with like kind of the ideas I have for it right now. Well, and I will say, it's been super cool to see the reception that the dancer's gotten. The dancer and the merchant, like, just the positive feedback and yeah, I've been so happy with that. Also, why Magic Mouth and not enlarge for the wider pool of uses? Magic Mouth feels like it's just sort of, I don't know, like it's making a thing that can talk. We're talking about something that feels like it's giving life to an object, you know what I mean? It's really fun. It's really high shenanigans and everything. I think it's funny, but that's kind of about it, right? You like the idea of Magic Mouth triggering everyone's verbally. Okay. There comes a point where there is no point in you hanging on to the runes anymore. You eventually get more runes than you can possibly attune to. And in that case, you actually get a lot more from passing them out to your buddies. And that way they get a passive benefit. You get a thing that you can invoke some of your effects from. Yeah. I mean, and it's part of that whole, like, why would you play a support? Like, if there's people that are like, well, this thing doesn't do any damage, so I don't feel like I'm going to have any fun playing it, then I'd be like, you're the last person I want to play one of my dancers, right? Because that whole thing is about, like, giving up your turn for somebody else. It's about that support mindset. Like, you have a lot of fun out of making everybody else feel like, oh my god, I just fucked that thing up, like, right? Oh, Skurzniak, Skurzynik. Yeah, support grind set. This is a class I've been designing for about 3 or 4 weeks now. I've been doing a lot of the work on stream. I have the core mechanics, everything ready to go as far as the base class goes. Oh, Amanda's bringing home a pizza and garlic knots. I could have waited another hour and justified garlic knots, but hey, here we are. So, this class's shtick is going to be, this is, if the Artificer is the arcane inventor, this is the arcane demo man. Only you're like a philosopher. If you haven't seen the, yeah, thanks. I do what I can. So, like, there has been a, oh my god, you're right. You're right. Why is Summon Constructs not at 4th level? Yep. Yep. Okay. Thank you. So, this is a, think about it like this. Have you played Artificer? Artificer has a feature at 11th level called Spell Storing Item. Basically, I want to make a class that feels like Spell Storing Item, the class, in a way. You're going to be able to lift and, like, remove, add these enchantments and all this stuff, these runes, onto different items, whatever. These are going to be magic users via bending the laws of reality. Because that's what runes really are, is they're depictions of the laws of reality. You know what? That scaling is just odd. But like, you want it to scale based off of how many runes you know. I'll leave it there for now. Or I'll just set the scaling in later. Arcane Lock kind of makes sense. Kind of. You're kind of working on a psionic class, but it's a long way from being finished. I just, how do I put it? I just feel like if that space is already kind of eaten up, and like, if there's something out there that does it, I'm fine. Heat metal, maybe? The Summon Construct is really funny. Catapult. don't give a spell slot. I mean, you know, and that's fair, actually. I mean, well, those feel good for like just a general item kind of a, you know, character concept, but this specifically about giving life. So I will say the don't give a spell slot. Maybe the way it needs to be done. But like it needs the spell slot, so well, don't give it a spell slot. Well, because it can't do that anyways in the okay. Because that is pretty clunky. I don't like that. I don't think anybody's really sold on this being a thing. Rope trick is pretty funny. Spiritual weapon is actually hilarious. I don't know. I'm mostly thinking about whenever it's invoked, what's the good thing gonna be? And I think, God, that art's so great. Where's it at? What am I looking for? I think that Warder's Intuition. Yeah, I wonder why Arcane Lock and Knock are on here. Okay. So if I'm designing something similar, but it doesn't feel... Spiritual weapon is really damn funny. But does that really feel like it should be in here? When invoked, you cast spiritual weapon. I guess it kind of works. Oh man, I think you're a little confused as to what spell from that list that could a non-caster use? I mean, and that's what's making me think I need to remove it. Not just that, but like that it doesn't appear like that on the dragon marks that it was kind of based off of. Arcane Fist from Mage Hand is better, but Big B's is a fifth. Yeah, so this is going to give life to something. It doesn't need to give the spell slot. I'm just going to X-nay that now. Now, hey, remember what we said about one with nothing last night? Now that I've deleted that, everything's possible. Now, things are opened up. Prerequisites. It is going to require attunement. Doesn't really matter what it can be inscribed on. I just think that this says so much about the character of what like life could be for Dwarvish or Deathic, right? Where it's like, this is going to animate the objects. Cool. That is life. It is giving them animus. That is super cool. And if you compare this to what life is to, you know, in Supernal, I think you really see the character of what these are a bit more. Possibly, but I got to be very careful about that. Because that's basically the same thing as what I had earlier. Um, the Nope, I need to get away from that. I need to get away from that. Nope. Nope, 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 nope. I've tried that now. So I've tried that, giving it a spell slot in order for it to cast the spell. But it's fair that you would want to be able to do this as a... That's very fair. Yeah, okay. That's how it has to happen. Now, it needs to... I mean, Creation Bard doesn't own all that territory. That's been in the game. I mean, concepts like that have been in the game for a while. What was I... Oh, damn it. What was I just about to look up? Ranger. Ranger. You guys been telling me about Ranger. Hey, still trying to figure out how this needs to be worded. The attuned creature can cast a spell of its choice. Hey, Trek. Okay. You, Trek. You tell me how this is supposed to be worded, because my head is bumping trying to figure this out. Hey, Spencer. You're all good. Yeah, that, I mean, and you can do that basically with Tiny Servant. Now, wait. Oh, you get the spell. Okay, that's right. But this is a different thing. Okay. Without expending a spell slot. Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. And now I'm trying to figure out how not only if you give this to somebody, they can cast it for free when you invoke it, and you can also basically get the spell as well. I'm trying to figure out how the hell that needs to be worded. What? What do you do with this? Oh, wait. No. You can... Okay. Yes. The way that this needs to work, the buddy can get it. Hey, they can add it to that list. That's all right. You need to be able to get it. You need to be able to cast it. But you can cast doesn't really help on a class that doesn't get spell casting. You cast one of these spells. Okay. So I don't think you need to be able to give the spell. I think it's fine. The attuned creature can get it. Whatever. Now, when you invoke it, which is your choice anyways, you get to cast the spell. Give the recipient charges. That's going to create an element of tracking that I'm not a big fan of. It's not impossible, but yeah. Put your Runekeeper level in the... I mean... Yeah... But that restricts it. Or that's going to make it look like it restricts it. Yeah, that's going to make it look like it restricts it. Wait a second. What is it? Race. How about you can cast a spell of your choice. How does this work? Thing is, what if you give the rune to an NPC? I mean, that's on the DM. At that point, that's on the DM to negotiate. There's other features that allow you to do things like this. So you would think, except for the fact that this is already a thing, Trek. The attunement only ends, like, if they end the... how do I put it? There are already runes in the game that do something similar to this. If you look over at the dragon marks from Eberron, those are runes. Straight up, those are runes. That's basically where this idea came from. What about giving the rune to a familiar? I mean, it wouldn't be any different than if you could give a magic item to a familiar and if it can attune to it. Well, and Spencer, only if they have spell slots. I guess. Hang on. Spell slots level increases. One, two, three, four, and then 5, 6. So only needs to be able to get up to 25 at max, 20, and then no, your runes don't end on a long rest. You can inscribe a rune and choose whether or not, like, think about it like this: runes can legitimately alter your genetic code. Runes can change the laws of reality. So if anything was going to be able to allow you to, I don't know, just randomly turn into a dwarf that wasn't a spell, something like a rune is going to do that. The attuned creature can only cast a spell if they have the available spell slots or something. That way there's no miscommunication. I think that this works, right? To allow for use. Why? Is there any reason why? Okay. Man, my nose today. Okay, so we had that. What else could they get at first level? I mean, as a first level spell. I want a movable object. You know what? This is going to become a... What runic language does it feel like a movable object fits into? Dwarvish? Like Deathic? That is just going to be a rune. That is just... I want you to be able to turn that into... Use that on anything. That is one of the coolest, most useful magic items you'll run into. Do what? It gives nothing to marshals, but if that's the intention, it's fine. I mean, you should know that's why it's a rune and not like a core class feature. If it's a rune and you see that going into it, you're like, oh, okay, well that's not going to be helpful in my party, so I won't take it, right? There's no language for constructs. That's kind of what Deathic is going to build into. I forget, it's literally just like a button that's on here. But it's so funny because, like, everybody loves this item. Everybody loves Immovable Rod. But, like, if it's a smart creature that comes up and it's just like, oh, there's a button on here? Okay, I'll just hit it again. Yeah. But, I mean, it's a fun effect. It's a really fun effect. And we can just straight up take that and make it a rune. Now, what would that be for? Let's say... It makes a lot of sense on Dwarf. Like on Deathic. Hope Strategy Prey. Fool, Killer Thief. Passage King. I mean, there's... Could just be like, what? Stop? Gold, Magic, Enemy, Home, Break. Doom, Hope, Strategy, Knowledge, Secret. It's hard for a dragon to push a button if someone shoves the rod into its maw and stops it mid-charge. Empty Stone Hammer. I think that... Yeah, I think that... Pluma Weaving from Massacre already gives pretty much an immovable rod as a spell. It's such a funny, useful effect. Shield, Treasure Dig, huge. Yeah, I want to look around and see what I can do. Draconic. Where's that? Now, this could be just stop, and we can make stop, or what's another word from another language that we see that could totally fit the bill? Oh, Pock was in Eocharic. Okay, so Pock for stop. Okay. Oh wait, that's Strop. Heg. All these H words. Okay, cool. Prerequisites. Did they make immovable object apply to only a rod? That's immovable rod. Where is it? Oh, well, too many M's. Gold dust worth at least 25 gold pieces. Okay, so it's just anything. The DC to move the object increases by 5? Why not? Wait. Against your spell save DC. Oh, does that... Okay, you increase the DC by 5. Okay, that makes more sense. That's... Okay. I'll... Yeah, that's not bad. D&D is so behind the times, everyone knows the new hotness is orbs, not rods. Possibly that those are the prerequisites. Okay. Invoking time. I don't really know. When invoked. What would you want to do with the... What would you want to do with it whenever it's invoked? My god, Joseph Garcia. Thank you so much for the $5. Where's that? Buffing is going to be like white M, the way that it's set up. There's really no incentive for other party members of the party to protect the Rune Knight. Wait, buffing is going to be like white M? Oh, white magic the way it's set up. Okay. Oh, it should be. It should be because your runes, if I remember right, any runes that you have invoked, if you die, just deactivate. It should probably say that. Short or long rest or... Wait, is that... Do they just stay inscribed forever on the Rune Knight if the Rune Knight dies? Yeah, the invoking is screaming, "You shall not pass on strike the ground." So if the Rune Knight... Okay, I don't know. I thought I heard Amanda. If the Rune Knight dies, does it not... Do the runes not get uninscribed? Yeah, Immovable, yeah, I just basically swiped the immovable object stuff from the wild mount thing because yes, I did that. Do something about it. So they stole it from the original magic item. Yeah, it can it not give its runes? Can it not give its runes to other creatures? I thought that we resolved this the other night. I am fairly certain the Rune Knight can give the runes out to other people. Yep. Yep, you can give the runes out to other people. There is nothing in here that says that you can't. It's one of those things that, like, there is nothing about the Rune Knight that says that you cannot give it to another creature. Or, like, nobody else can hold one of your runes. The body may be weak, but the word is immortal. Yup. Yup. That's it can give them out to other people, man. Yeah, that's, I mean, kind of the way I think about it with, like, Abjuration Wizard. Like, why do you think, like, every court is gonna have an Abjuration Wizard? Because, like, I mean, if there's a wizard that's gonna stop some horrific stuff from happening, it's gonna be an Abjuration Wizard. You saw what and had to say something? Well, yeah, but then you don't gain your class features. You mean for the Rune Knight? There comes to be a point where at 10th level, it really doesn't matter. Honestly. Like, for the Rune Knight, number one, having Cloud Rune already is so freaking strong. Yeah. You know, everything else that's in here, I generally think is about a purple. I think that the Fire Rune is extremely off flavor. You know, but yeah, you can totally give this to somebody else. And I don't think there's anything that says that you can't give multiple creatures one of these, like, Hill Rune or anything. I think that a lot of people underestimate, or they undervalue Rune Knight. Number one, because it doesn't give you a ton of options, and they would really love for something like this to give you a lot of options. And number two, like, some people might be thinking about, like, yeah, you can stack runes on people. Yeah, the thing says a dog can't play basketball. Oh man. So yeah, you can definitely dish these out to other people. Yeah, they don't have to be living for this rune, which is weird. I think the rune should dissipate if you die. I mean, because what players might think of is like, keep my rune on this magic item. I'm gonna roll up another Rune Knight. Just let me kill this character. You keep this thing. It's gonna have my rune. Later, buddy. And then they're gonna roll up another Rune Knight. All right, man. Here, I'm gonna stack this rune on top of that. Whatever. Like, you know, if the rune doesn't disappear after the creature dies, like it really probably should, unless you know you inscribe it. Yeah. But you can't inscribe it twice? You can't inscribe it twice on the same item. But, I mean, Cloud Rune is going to be a pretty freaking good one to give out to other people. I'm Googling it. I see a lot of people who also read it as in, when the rune says you, it means you, the Rune Knight. Right, it's kind of selective, and how the D&D community wants to interpret runes or wants to interpret things that say that. It's like, oh yeah, whenever it's convenient and it makes something stronger, yes. Whenever it's gonna keep something like balanced, then no. Yeah, there's absolutely nothing that states that you cannot give these runes out to other creatures. Now, the problem is that what I think that they're doing is they're reading this as a class feature rather than what it really should be, and that's a spell or a magic item, right? If you read it like it's supposed to be a magic item, then of course this means that the creature that bears the rune gets the whatever, right? Of course that means this creature is going to get this effect from the rune or whatever, right? What I'm saying is, the way that runes should work, the creature wearing the rune can do this. You, the Runekeeper that made the rune, can do this, okay? You, as the guy that made the rune, could also benefit from this, but ideally, you're the only person that can do this right here. Does that make sense? This is, and guys, this is another thing that we just gotta agree on. The Rune Knight design is very flawed. The Rune Knight design is super clunky. Yeah, a lot of endemic second person running. Yeah, here's why I formatted runes the way I did, was to clarify. Basically, whenever it's invoked, bam, right? And it needed to specify things like the creature, the target, you, whatever. All needed to be very, very clear and clarified. They didn't put any of that into consideration whenever it came to Tasha's. Not for the Rune Knight. Woo. Yeah, death is your final long rest. But that you never finish. But yeah, they need to go back through that book with a line editor. I mean, it's super, super rough. And I just don't think that it's going to get it, though. I think that WotC is just like, you know what, the book's done, screw it, it's out, go. Like, move on to the next thing, right? What's going to get everybody else to pay $50 in 3 months? I just, after Strixhaven, I'm completely disillusioned on, like, really having hope for WotC. Not even, it has nothing to do with the way that they're running the company. It has everything to do with the fact of, I don't think that their design team really has an understanding of the game anymore. Like, I've been kind of a little bit like, elbow to the ribs every once in a while about it, but like, Tasha's was strike one. I feel like in some ways, Icewind Dale was kind of strike two. It wasn't that bad, but yeah. Strixhaven, seeing silvery barbs, that was the thing that made me go, they have no idea what they're doing. They don't understand how to design, how to design something as fundamental as a first level fucking spell anymore. We've got to get people to pay $50 for 2 subclasses they'll never play. Oh, Van Richten's Guide. That was the Spirit Bard. Herringon was also like a thing where I saw and I was like, they've got to clean that up. They've really got to clean that up. So do the runes work if the Runekeeper dies? No, it should not. All of your, like, I guess you could still cast spells if, I think the runes need to go inert 24 hours after your death. I've lost my sympathetic audience. Herringon Defense Squad. Herringon needs, we've already talked about, I don't have a problem with Herringon, except for the fact that their hop is muddy. They could have really, really easily cleaned that up, and they didn't. There's just a general lack of polish shown from Wizards of the Coast from like all of their stuff over the last year and a half, even maybe 2 years. There's a general lack of polish that's being shown from Wizards of the Coast products, and I don't think it has anything to do with like political messaging as much as just, I just don't think that the people that are currently on the design team really have a firm grasp of the system. What would I do to their hop? There's a really simple thing that you can do. The hop doesn't have a balance issue, it needed one word added to it. Where's that? Because I didn't see it at first, and then Eric over at Fry Minis showed me this. Yeah, okay. They did change this. It's going to get errated. It didn't originally say you can jump. It said you jump. So this has been errated. So because it originally said you jump a number of feet equal to 5 times your proficiency bonus, they need to quit doing this. They need to quit doing the, like, 5 times your proficiency bonus in here tied into something that's like you can jump up to this. Sure, it's going to increase as you level up. That's cool, whatever. Like, this, we debated about the terminology in this and how it all worked. It got this is funny, because it was not like this. So they are going to errata it, and they just didn't mention it, did they? Was this in the Sage of Ice? They didn't include it in the Sage of Ice errata. Okay, I'm telling you, hang on. I don't know why I tried to scroll on a YouTube video. Oh, no, it's that it didn't say you can jump up to. Up to. That was the problem. You can jump up to a number of feet equal to 5 times your proficiency bonus. That was the problem, okay? And they know that this is a problem because it's just saying you can jump means that you will always jump this distance every time you use this feature. Yeah, there's no incentive to do quality control, yeah. And, you know, it also gets improved by a whole lot of other things that I mean, it just does not, it doesn't, to me, evoke the feeling of, like, I'm playing a rabbit person. It's just like, let's give you disengage as a bonus action. I guess like, that would have been cooler if it would have just said that. Like, whenever you disengage, maybe you can disengage as a bonus action. Whenever you do, your speed is doubled until the, I don't know, something, whatever. Yeah, they're not in competition with anyone. Excuse me. Me and my 132 Twitter followers, half of which are people that don't even play D&D and are going to topple big roleplay and seize the means of passive perception. Oh, man. Arm the proletariat? Is that... Are we the proletariat now, Trek? Is that... Ugh. But yeah, it is worth... I think that might be a problem, is that, you know, WotC just, they don't have any direct competition. Some people are going to be like, well, Pi though, and I'm like, Pathfinder is not competition. And that's not me trying to, like, stand up for D&D or whatever. It's me just saying, like, guys, no, like, Pathfinder's not competition. They didn't even rank in, like, the top, like, I don't think Pathfinder's 2nd edition didn't rank within the top, like, 5 to 10 RPGs played on Roll20, like, in the last year. Where's it at? They put out a cool chart. Okay, so I might have been wrong on that. Wait. Okay. Yeah. Alright. So Pathfinder... the original Pathfinder was 4th. Pathfinder 2nd edition... Yeah, there we go. Pathfinder 2nd edition was 5th, with 1.58% of all accounts in 2021 playing Pathfinder, Q1. You know, I mean, look at you really think D&D has any competition from Pathfinder? Guys, like, that's, you know, anybody that's trying to make that argument, I'm just like, what? Really? Like, this uncategorized? Is this just what? These are just people that are sending up to play whatever the hell they want? I don't know. Call it Cthulhu? you know, even with this 6.96%, this really did shock me. And then I found out Call of Cthulhu is apparently massive in Japan. I think that was a conversation that was being had over my Discord. Yeah, D&D's competition is clearly uncategorized, right? Like, and Pathfinder has some good ideas going for it, but no, it does not compete with D&D 5e. Like, yeah. Big Story Games about to have a big 2022 and force us all to play games without GMs. You know, like, I mean, I just don't, whenever people are like, well, yeah, Pathfinder is the only thing to rival it, Pathfinder does not rival D&D. If you're thinking that because you've got, like, your two buddies that go to the game store and play Pathfinder every Wednesday or something, they're one of 100 or something. I'm like, I don't know, does it really need, like, do we really need 100 different games that are trying to do basically exactly the same exact thing as D&D? Do we really need 100 fantasy combat simulators? How do I think this compares to previous years? It's like, I think that, I mean, definitely 2021, they had the big spike because of COVID. And people were incentivized to stay at home and play online, so that's what pushed a lot of people onto Roll20. That still doesn't change the fact that Call of Cthulhu was also available, right? I honestly have no idea, Fish Twonk. It's people that, the only time that people really have a big spike in Paizo, like, interest, is going to be whenever they're doing a release. Whenever Paizo is doing a release, you might get some people that run over and check out Pathfinder, but, like, it is not a significant amount to make even a noticeable dent in D&D's overall monopoly, their hold on the architecture of the TTRPG sphere. Like, for real, it's like, you remember before Critical Role when everyone in the shop was playing Pathfinder 1e? I don't think the Critical Role is all that impact. Like, I think people drastically overestimate the impact of Critical Role on the TTRPG sphere. I think that Critical Role definitely has its appeal. I think that, you know, I'm not saying that people aren't influenced by Critical Role to play D&D. I know it's huge. I am very, very aware. I am extremely aware that Critical Role is massive. But economically, I mean, I guess the reason why 5e is so successful, guys, is because, exactly, like No Ice just said, this is a very streamlined system. It is very easy to get into this game. I think it's less about Critical Role and more about them coming around the time D&D got big. Maybe? I mean, there were other shows that were coming out around that time that were drawing, like, people's interest in the D&D community. I mean, community, you had Harmontown that split off from that. You had Adventure Zone. Flatfoot, yeah. You know, I mean, community was a big spike. Like, that was a time whenever people I didn't even know were, like, asking about D&D. Or, people that I didn't even know were interested in gaming were asking about D&D. But yeah. Ugh. The big streaming push, that, you know, there might be an argument to be made that that's a thing where, like, actual plays start to be more and more of a thing, I think Critical Role came along and... What started earlier, Harmontown or Critical Role? Or not Harmontown, Harmon Quest. (2016). 2015. Okay, so they were basically a whole year ahead. When was Adventure Zone? Oh, 2014, because they actually got started back during the playtest. Solemn, but Critical Role Dragon Friend Stranger Things have helped him. Yeah. But, I mean, if you look back, like, yeah, it's not like this is a new thing. If you look at, like, Dexter's Lab, I mean, Dexter's Lab had all kinds of, you know, homages back to D&D, right? Like, there were old cartoons that were making mention of Dungeons and Dragons. It's just been a matter of, like, I think the actual play architecture is what kind of brought it to the public eye. It's not a matter of, like, it's just never been in public whatever. Adventure Time is a show basically written around the adventures of, you know, Penn Ward and his buddies, right? Adventure Time has been around since, like, what, 2009? Actually played in a playtest in 2013 as a few NPCs? What do you mean? The wave of media, maybe. Well, I know Adventure Time's over. I mean, I've watched every episode of it. The thing I'm saying is that Adventure Time was very clearly a show that was driven by Dungeons and Dragons. Episode. Yeah, the dungeon episode aired in 2010. The Dungeon of the Crystal Eye episode had bugbears. It had the demon cat, but the demon cat is basically a displacer beast, or like a quasi sphinx or something. You want to say like, oh yeah, D&D's just recently entering like pop culture. 2010. I mean, yeah. Thoughts on the Adventure Time finale? I mean, it was amazing. Like, the lore of that show, I don't think that everything got tied up completely concisely and all that stuff. But they did a very good job at wrapping up a very complex and complicated story, closing out a lot of very thick, complex plot lines and relationships, all within the span of that, 22 whatever minutes. Yeah, fantastic. I still think that overall there are other shows that had much stronger endings, just in terms of like, I mean, can you really compare Adventure Time to Avatar: The Last Airbender? Avatar had, in my opinion, Avatar did not have a single weak episode. Avatar is one of the best cartoons ever created. Gravity Falls, very close behind it. Very, very close behind it. I almost think that it's arguable that it's just depending on the day which one I prefer, right? Opinion on my the episode in order Adventure Time specials. I'm not sure. The spell that lets you shoot mayonnaise from your finger. Yeah, the I'm trying to think of another cartoon that rivaled, like Avatar rivaled. I mean, Cowboy Bebop, but that's going into anime territory. Yeah, Gravity Falls. Really, Arcane is that high? I mean, I don't have a problem with Arcane. I've heard people say that, you know, great things. I just haven't really had the time to sit down and give it the full attention. You would put Arcane as one of your top cartoons of all time. Was Wizard City a good final episode? You hear all this kind of stuff that Arcane got me? Yeah, I've heard genuinely great things about Arcane. I still think that, like, I mean, I need to sit down and give it, you know, give it the time. Arcane was the only thing that convinced me of how good modern Western animation could be. Okay. Yeah, I remember, like, we sat down to watch the first episode, and part of me was like, I'm not sure what else is going on, but the animation looks really cool. Like, yeah. I will say that, like, part of what gets me... okay. Yeah, I've heard Owl House is alright. I actually... The one that really shocked me, that I liked a lot, that Amanda and I were checking out... okay, Inside Job. I was shocked by how cool this show actually was. So Alex Hirsch, the guy that wrote Gravity Falls, helped out with this one. Oh, is it only like 3 hours? Oh, okay, then yeah, I'll sit down and watch it tonight. Samurai Jack is great. Samurai Jack is great. Dan, look, you biased. Get out of here. Yeah. Oh, Inside Job is so good. I was shocked with how good Inside Job was. Yeah, so, I mean, for me, like... Okay, wait. Is there, like, a tier maker? Hang on. There we go. There we go. Not anime. Give me... Boom. Just give me cartoons. Give me cartoons. Really? Okay, let me... Not cartoon protagonists. Nickelodeon shows, Cartoon Network shows. That's all that really matters, right? Disney... Gravity Falls. Okay, Gravity Falls. Gravity Falls I would already put, like, way up there, right? Okay, Cartoon Network shows. The Two Stupid Dogs. And let's see here. How are we doing? There we go. Okay, Two Stupid Dogs. It's okay. It's very forgettable. This show, 16, very forgettable. I never really watched it. I remember it, but I didn't really care. I was also very young. The Baby Scooby-Doo, pretty damn funny. I thought that this was actually pretty okay to catch before, school. Not a terrible adaptation. Adventure Time, one of my favorite cartoons ever. Legitimately one. Oh my god, this is so amazing. Let me move chat over here. Extremely innovative. One of the strongest, one of the strongest casts. One of the most compelling just, oh man. It, if you ever want to watch a cartoon that can absolutely break your heart, Adventure Time. Oh man. The new Harley Quinn is really great as well. Yes. What is this show? The what? Wicked? Never heard of it. No idea. Gumball, pretty awesome. Gumball's animation style is super, super unique. I'm not sure exactly how they make everything work in it. I'm impressed by the feat alone of the different CG, the different maybe stop. I don't think a lot of it's stop motion, but God, it feels like everything is just, yeah, it's just a feast for the eyes every time you check out Gumball. Just got back. What happened to the Rune Keeper? I needed to take my brain off of it for a second. Invader Zim is legendary. Actually, Zim is Nickelodeon, isn't it? Yeah. Okay. I don't know what this is. Apples. Yeah, don't know what this is. Baby Looney Tunes. I mean, I know what it is, but I never watched it. Batman Beyond. Oh my god. Oh my god. I didn't know this was a Cartoon Network show. If you're into the Tim Bruce Batman, like the Batman animated series, and you have never checked this one out, oh man. This is... Please, 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 please. If you got some free time, go check this one out. Oh yeah, definitely. I'm kind of tight on time tonight, or else yeah, I totally would. I'm about to hop off here as soon as Amanda shows up. Yeah, Batman and Batman Beyond. Go watch the Batman animated series, and then if you are feeling like you want a bit more of that, like the Tim Bruce feel, this is such a cool continuation of the Batman story. I think even didn't they recognize it as canon? Like they acknowledge that like Terry McGinnis is going to be the Batman of the future now. Anyways, super great show. Also just it has like a cool cyberpunk goth aesthetic that's just sick. Joseph Garcia with the $2. Thank you so much, man. Shui indeed. I'm not familiar with this Batman. From what I understand, it's actually kind of campy. Like it's supposed to be evoking that same kind of feeling as the Adam West Batmans, which cool. Sure. I'm sure it's hilarious. Okay. Some people are going to hate me for this, I guess. I have never ever watched Ben 10. Ever. I get what it's about, but like I'm sure I know that this has a super dedicated fan base, just not really my thing. I don't know about this Batman. I've never... Raven the Bold is legendary. I'll check it out. I'm not familiar with this Batman. The design doesn't look even slightly familiar. Camp Lazlo. This looks like a bunch of... This looks like if Ren and Stimpy... Or not Ren and Stimpy. Rocko's Modern Life got like a fresh coat of paint. I dig the animation style, but I have legitimately never watched it. I like the animation. That's about all I can really say. Captain Planet. I never watched it. I can't say. All I really see about it though are memes. Like that's all anybody ever posts about Captain Planet. Chop Saki. I don't know what it is, but it makes me think I'm about to say a racial slur. Going down here. Chowder. I know a lot of people love Chowder. I think it's alright. I think it's okay. There's a lot of Chowder that was like... it just didn't really vibe with me. But, you know, hey. It do what it do. The animation, I don't know that it was doing anything really, really crazy unique. There were just so many other things that I think had my attention around the time that this came out, you know? Yeah, I something about that feels like that's going to be real offensive in about a year. So, yeah. Clarence, I've never seen it, never heard of it. Cool. Okay, Class of 3000. Oh, man. It really sucks that this one got canceled. This is Andre 3000's cartoon. This is such a sick, like, the soundtrack to it. From what I understand, this one actually got canceled because, like, they had some licensing issues. It was getting to be really expensive and really stressful to it was getting really, they were really crunching for time in order to get every episode out with original music videos and all this other stuff. So I think it got to be pretty expensive and it just got canned. But, like, man, that was a great show whenever it was on. And I guess I'm biased because I'm a music teacher, but, you know, Clarence's good autism representation? Oh, I've just never seen it or heard of it. Oh, wait. Oh, this is the show with the, okay. This is another show that I think kind of blended in with the CalArt style for me. And I'm just old enough to where, I remember seeing the CalArt style, and it just didn't click. Yes, okay, I am aware of this cartoon. I never watched it, but I am aware of it. Okay. Yeah, the bean-shaped head look was just not really my thing. So, Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs, I never watched it. Never watched it. Code, never watched it. Kids Next Door, great show. I think deserving of being up here with Gumball. I don't know about S. I don't think its impact was all that massive. I think that there were definitely more influential and more interesting cartoons than Kids Next Door, like the next one that's going to be up on this list. And it just, I think I was kind of aging out of the Cartoon Network phase around this time. Courage the Cowardly Dog. Oh my god. Is there, like, there's very few cartoons that are going to be able to do what Courage the Cowardly Dog did. There's still people that are debating the lore behind this show to this day. This is one of the best cartoons ever created. I think there are very few cartoons that can really outpace what Courage did. I think that this is also partially responsible for why I'm such a huge horror freak. I'm so into monsters, and that's kind of what got me into D&D. Like Pokemon, and I think Courage. Yeah, Courage is probably worthy of being even further up, but, like, everything up here is still, like, some of the best animation that you'll ever see. Birds of Prey didn't have a widely for kids song and involves lines like Aquaman's always little fish. Yeah. Cow and Chicken. I could not stand this show. I could not stand Cow and Chicken. It just seemed like it was doing whatever it could to be, like, weird, weird in the, like, I am uncomfortable watching this kind of a way, you know? It felt like any time that Cow and Chicken was on, I was embarrassed if my parents walked into the room, and the only reason I ever caught episodes of it was because I didn't want to get up and change the channel. I was just laying in bed, this came on, and I was like, well, I guess I could go walk, but who wants to do that? Anyways, Cow and Chicken, I think this was a horrible, horrible show. Yeah. Craig of the Creek, I've heard really good things about, but I've never personally watched it. I think this is another one that kind of came out whenever I was aging out of the cartoonish phase. I don't know, I'll say I never watched it. I've heard really great things, but that's about all I have to say on that. The Cramp Twins, never heard of it. This looks like a Justice League, but only Superwoman. I can't tell. I never watched it. Don't know about it. I mean, the animation style looks interesting. Okay, you all know where this one's going, right? Early Dexter's Lab is some of the most influential animation of all time. Genndy Tartakovsky is probably in my top 3 cartoonists ever. I mean, looking at Justice League Unlimited is shockingly good. Really? Okay. But yeah, Genndy Tartakovsky. This was like his breakout. And Dexter's Lab made him one of the most legendary cartoonists of all time. Dexter's Lab, it was also like, I think one of the first time a lot of us kind of understood that adult jokes were getting put into cartoons. Like, even whenever I watched Rocko's Modern Life, the Choky Chicken thing, I had no idea about, right? Like, a lot of Rocko's stuff was still a little bit deep, but Dexter's Lab felt like it was just low enough to where it was like, wait, was that a sex joke? Like, you know, anyways. This was one of, if not the most influential cartoons that was on Cartoon Network during the 90s, right? Like, I think had it not been for Dexter's Lab, the whole Cartoon Network series lineup may not have really been a thing, you know? Yeah, Dexter's Lab, I think, started a new era of animation, or its own sect of animation over on Cartoon Network, right? Watch a clip compilation of the best of the question from Justice League Unlimited sometime? Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm a huge animation nut, so, like, yeah. I'm always on to check out more. Joseph Garcia, thank you so much for the $1 donation. I think you just like hearing your own name. Oh, we'll get to C-Lab. We'll get to C-Lab. Okay, I have never seen How to Tame Your Dragon. Anything about How to Tame Your Dragon, but everyone tells me I should watch it. Yeah, you did just arrive, because we got to talking about how D&D was inspiring cartoons, and now we're over here, because I need to not think about the Rune Keeper for a minute. Duck Dodgers, I never watched it. I get what it is, but I just never watched it. Ed, and Eddie. I mean, do I have to explain why? Like, I think for a lot of people, specifically, like, if you were a guy in your preteens, you understand why this is up here whenever Ed, and Eddie was out. This was just like the bro show. Like, you get it, right? But I think for some people, like Amanda told me, she thinks that Ed, and Eddie is like probably down here. This was like our Three Stooges, right? You say peak slapstick, 100%, absolutely. This is our Mo, Larry, and Curly, right? Like, oh man, if you were a preteen / teen guy growing up around this time, you know why this is up here in S. This just felt like our childhood, right? But I think I think women growing up around that time, maybe sometimes it just didn't quite really resonate, because there was a lot of the gross out humor, you know? You hate Ed, and Eddie? It's so good! Oh man. It's a very, it's not exactly like it's a super pretty show, right? I can understand whenever people are like, I can't stand watching it. Because it does. It looks harsh. Do you guys hear? Maybe that's what it is. That's what we solved, right? It is a very bro show. It is a very, very bro show. Anyways. Yeah. You're not a fan, huh? Man, I adored that one. Evil Con Carne, I understand what it is. I just don't really care for it. And I don't think Cartoon Network did either, because they canceled it. I think after like one season. Because it was tagged on to Grim. Yeah, you can see even here, Grim and Evil. They wound up splitting it because people really like Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy. But just no one resonated with Evil Con Carne. I think it's better than Cow and Chicken, just because it's not quite as like gross out humor all the time, but yeah, it did some okay things. Foster's started out so good, and then it just made you eventually hate some of its characters. I love everything about the aesthetic that it tried to build, the style, animation, everything about the show was so great. Except for the fact of they could not stop introducing absolutely infuriating characters. Yeah, I don't know how else to really put it. Foster starts out so strong, and then it just introduces so many characters that you just absolutely hate. They're meant to be annoying, and like that's their trait, right? They're just there to be annoying. Why? Who needs that? Yeah, cheese. You get it. Garfield, who cares? I don't really, yeah. What is this? Don't know. Rex? George of the Jungle, never watched it. Green Lantern, didn't watch it. Hey, what's up? Nice. Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy, I think it's fair to put it here. I know that it's got a lot of, like, really major fans. I think an A is where it makes the most sense, because, like, it was okay. The humor was all right. It was introducing a lot of, like, darker, a little bit of the darker. Generator Rex was hella cool. I never got to watch it. It might have been a little bit late for me. Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy, though, it had some episodes that genuinely got to me. I do think that Billy got to be just obnoxious. And, like, it made you a goth. I don't really know what more else to say about that. It got a crossover with Ben 10? Wait, you talking Generator Rex or Billy and Mandy? I don't know which one would be weirder. I guess, Billy and Mandy, what am I saying? Grim and Evil, you know, I just don't really care either way. He-Man and the Masters of the Universe, I'm guessing this is the newer version. I didn't watch it. If it was like old He-Man, you know, for sure, you'd understand why it was probably up here in at least A or B, but like, I didn't watch whatever version this is. I have no idea what this is. I Am Weasel, bad. Infinity Train. Oh, man. Okay. So, Critical Role fans, Ashley voices the main character in this, or did voice. I don't know if she still does or not. But Ashley was voicing the main character in this. This is such a cool concept. They did a crossover with Codename Kid Next Door, and that makes more sense. If you've never seen Infinity Train, you need to go check out the pilot. It's available on YouTube. I don't know where you can actually watch it these days. It might be on Paramount Plus. But Infinity Train is one of the coolest concepts you will see for any cartoon out there right now. Just the storyline alone is so unique. Girl, Violet, winds up finding herself on this train, has a glowing number on her hand, and has no idea what it means. But every once in a while, this number changes depending on something she does, right? HBO Max has Infinity Train. Go watch it. Go watch it. Did they already cancel it? It got, well, okay, you say that they canceled it. From what I understand, they were already kind of wrapping up the storyline. At least that's what I thought. Johnny Bravo. I think that Johnny Bravo has not aged well. For obvious reasons. I think that Johnny Bravo was, even back in the day, just kind of like, alright, it's here, I guess. It's not like I really sat down on Friday nights to catch the new Johnny Bravo. The show also just felt really old. I don't know why. Like, to me, it just kind of blended in with the rest of the Hanna-Barbera lineup, even though it's not a Hanna-Barbera, like, cartoon. I don't know. It felt way older than it was, and it hasn't aged well, even though I think that last I heard, Johnny Bravo was, like, huge in, now, yeah, it is a bro show. It's a bro show, but, like, you think it's aged great? Well, okay, and fair. Okay, the fact that he does get the shit beat out of him constantly because he keeps being Johnny Bravo is, yeah. I do know that he's huge over in India. Like, they even got, like, a Johnny Bravo movie for him about him going to Bollywood. Like, Johnny Bravo is huge over there compared to here in America. Yeah. I remember the hair gel joke about, like, how his hair was literally, like, indestructible. I don't know. Anyways, it was an okay show. It just wasn't really the main reason I sat down to watch cartoons on a Friday night. Johnny Test is abysmal. There's so many reasons why this show is probably one of the worst pieces of animation. I think probably worse than Cow and Chicken. I Am Weasel isn't... Okay, I'll put I Am Weasel up here because it's not as bad as Cow and Chicken or Johnny Test. But, like, Johnny Test is... I'm not getting onto any themes of it other than the fact of just pure quality and just production that went into it. The show had no sense of humor. It was just... They were relying on the idea of people thinking that just fart jokes were going to be funny the entire time. I mean, I know that it's almost a cliche, but, like, the overuse of, like, the whip sound effect, like, yeah. It was trying to do the same thing that Dexter's Laboratory had already done very successfully, except with a gender swap, like, kind of thing, yeah. They shifted the focus on basically Dee Dee. They didn't even bother to change the hair colors, like, you know. This doesn't do anything that Dexter's Lab didn't do infinitely better 10, 15 years ago. Yeah, this is a horrible piece of animation. Don't waste your time. Justice League, of course, amazing superhero cartoon. The Justice League animated actually kind of got me into DC for a little bit. Johnny Test's first season is actually really good, but it's a downward spiral after that. Any episode that has Bling Bling Boy makes me feel physically ill. I cannot stand anything about the memer culture that surrounds that show. Like, oh god. But Justice League, I mean, this one still, it stood out because it was one of the only kind of serious action shows in, like, the cartoon lineup on Friday nights. But, like, dude, you were happy to sit down and check this one out, right? Like, you think that's the point of him? Yeah, sure, he's meant to be obnoxious and annoying, but, like, yeah, I can only handle that for so long, you know? And it's also, like, it's an excuse for them not to actually write a joke. We get to have an obnoxious character now. It's just not entertaining to me, you know? Turn that down. Then... Wait, which one's the actual... Whatever. I'm sure whatever this one is. Yes, also up here. Justice League... Action? I don't know what this is. I mean, it's Justice League, but... Crypto the Super Dog, never heard of it. League of Super Evil, never heard of it. Juniper Lee, never heard of it. Never heard of it. The Looney Tunes, okay, the actual Looney Tunes show is great, and that it's a more, like, adult kind of version of Looney Tunes. The shorts absolutely suck the soul out of everything funny that this show had going on. The kind of ham-fisted, like, Elmer Fudd sections or, like, Wile E. Coyote, kind of meh, but, like, the Bugs Bunny and Daffy Duck stuff is fantastic. They pair them up as roommates now. Bugs kind of has his life together, and he's sort of he's kind of the straight man to Daffy's, like, just kind of insane, delinquent kind of lifestyle. It's actually a pretty good show for strictly the Bugs and Daffy stuff, but everything else about it is just kind of, like, yeah. I don't remember the Mad stuff. I remember it being a thing, but I don't remember really caring about it. I haven't seen Mau Mau. I'm aware of it. I've just never seen it. Flapjack is alright. It's okay. It was another gross out show that it's okay. It's okay. I know that people love this show. I know that people adore it. It's just not for me. It just felt like every episode was trying to make me throw up in my mouth. And yeah, I say that despite being a, Ren and Stimpy fan. Okay, that was the name of the show I was trying to think of. Mega, is it Mega 5? Whatever this is, Mega, okay. I remember only watching like one or two, like maybe one episode of this, and thinking this was one of the coolest things I had ever seen. And then, did it not get developed? Does anybody else remember this? What's it called? Mega I want to look this thing up. What is this called? Mega something. Okay, does anyone in chat know the name of this cartoon? Because I remember the characters. Mega XLR. Okay. Because I remember seeing the short and thinking that this looks super fun. It was totally just riffing on some of the, like, old, you know, anime, like, Saturday morning cartoons, but in a way that was, like, kind of unique, and this was a really fun, kind of campy episode of this show that I remember seeing. Well, so did it actually make it into a show? Like, I remember an episode of this for sure. I don't remember the whole show. But I remember thinking for that one episode, I'm 100% here. Whatever weirdness this is going to throw at me. And I think I'd seen that first episode like 5 or 6 times. I don't remember anything else from it. But yeah, Mega XLR, cool. I forgot about this show until, like, it was a whole show? Really? How many seasons did it get? It got 2 seasons. Did I just miss this? It aired on Toonami. Why do I not remember this show? I mean, Titmouse did it. Yeah, what? Why do I not remember this show? It looks like something I would have loved. Man, okay. Well then, I need to find episodes of that and watch it again. It didn't do great, and I believe it got canned. Got canned early. Man, well, I want to check it out because I remember an episode of it, but yeah, I didn't really watch much further. I have not watched Magiswords, except I think I've seen an episode of it, and the best thing I could say for it is, like, it looks well animated, or at least confidently animated, but like I just haven't gotten super into it. Completely mocked the giant Robo-Trove into the ground. I remember thinking that the show was doing something that was, like, kind of ahead of its time. Let me get some of these ones out of the way. I just have no idea because I never watched. I've heard great things about Over the Garden Wall, but I've never watched it. Again, heard great things about OKKO. I've never watched it. I never watched it. Never watched it. I remember Mike, Lou, and Og. I remember not being interested in it at all. It didn't really click for me. Kind of like the Wild Thornberries. It just felt like it felt really hard for me to really get into them, right? I'm not missing much on Magiswords. Yeah. I don't remember anything about this show. Ozzy and Drix. I guess it's Osmosis Jones. I never watched it. Powerpuff Girls is, again, it's another Gendy Tartakovsky outfit, right? So, like, this was a show that you are really surprised your other, like, male friends up at school were watching. Because, like, you almost felt like, wait, is this a girl show? Oh, wait, no, this is sick. What's happening? Oh my, wait, there's a devil man. The monkey's brains are hanging. Like, Powerpuff Girls is, like, I want to sit down with Amanda and have her watch it because she didn't get to check this one out growing up. Powerpuff Girls kind of bridged the gap, like kind of the gender gap whenever I was in school. met actually my first girlfriend because we started talking about Pokemon and Powerpuff Girls. It was a 6th grade relationship, but, you know, hey, it happened, right? The action overall, first starting out in the first few seasons, is amazing. There was a short that got produced that I thought was going to lead to an entire animation, like an entire reboot of the show. It was a very particular animation style that they didn't go with, and I think was the reason for a lot of the reboots fall. Let me look here. The live action reboot, we all know that's going to fail, right? The recent reboot that was all about memes and everything, it's pretty clear why that didn't work. But the one that I'm looking for had such an interesting looking aesthetic to it. Yes. This could have been such a cool remaster of like what the Powerpuff Girls was going to be, but like they just didn't follow through with it. Yeah, I don't care for the live action thing. I don't know what's going to happen with that. But if you've seen this short, you know why I think that this could have been the revival that we needed for this show. But it never happened. It was a really cool looking style. I felt like it could have injected it with a new sense of like energy that the original just didn't quite have. Even this, the detail on it looks like it kind of enhances all the girls' different like personalities, right? But yeah, it just never happened. I would have been so stoked to have watched just an entire new show in this style, right? But instead we got the instead we got that reboot. And this thing, this might have this is the most precipitous drop in quality that you will ever, well, I say that you'll ever see for a reboot. I say that, and then we saw the Cowboy Bebop live action adaptation. For a new reboot, like an adaptation like this, I don't think that they really understood anything that made the original stand out. Yeah, I don't really know what else to say. There's also an odd kind of, there's an odd creepiness about some of the scenes in this show. I won't get into that. Anyways, the reboot's bad. The reboot's so bad. I have no idea what this is. Something Solvers. No idea. Ooh, no, I'll get into that. No, Teen Titans Go is not as bad. Okay, Teen Titans Go, let me skip ahead on that, okay? Teen Titans. We all know why that one's going up here. Teen Titans Go is okay. Is okay. I don't think it's as bad. I think that a lot of people were upset that the adaptation, or the reboot was not going to be the same style, the same general sense of humor. But I will say that Teen Titans Go is at least self-aware, and it's willing to kind of poke fun at itself. Whereas the old Teen Titans is, of course, I think a lot of our first like introductions to like sort of, you know, like Japanese animation styles, or if not our introduction because we had already seen Dragon Ball Z, some of the people that weren't already watching anime might have seen Teen Titans and been like, oh wait, what's up with this? What inspired this? And then that bridged a gap for them, right? Yes, basically every episode of the original Teen Titans is a banger. I will not say that every episode of Teen Titans Go is as bad in quality as an episode of Cow and Chicken, Johnny Test, or Powerpuff Girls. This is still a pretty competent show. I might even go so far as to put it up here if I had actually like watched through the entire season and developed an opinion. But what I saw was not as bad as what everyone was saying. I think that this is actually kind of an okay cartoon. It just probably should have had its own identity that wasn't tied into something so beloved, right? Okay, regular show. I love this one. I would love to put it up here with the best, but I don't think it's quite as good in concept as like Batman Beyond, Adventure Time. Okay, it's definitely better than anything I've got in here right now. Would I say it's as good as Teen Titans? I would say it's as good, if not better, than Ed, Edd n Eddy. Yeah, I'll put it up here. J.G. Quintel has, like, just a great absurdist sense of humor. Oh, man. Everything about his shows, this one and what's the newest? It's the 30-something show. Oh my God, what's this newest show? Hang on, let me look this up. It's on. I just watched both. J.G. Quintel. Let's start with a close enough. Okay, close enough. Okay, so you think regular show is worth an S? Close enough. If you haven't seen Close Enough and you are in your like late 20s to 30s or a little bit older than that, you need to watch that show. J.G. Quintel wrote a cartoon for like our demographic, and it is amazing. I actually feel like I love Close Enough more than I like regular show, and regular show is still a bop. Like, yeah, the animation style is all right. It has the like. It doesn't do anything extremely innovative in terms of what it does for animation, but the overall energy and pacing of that show is something that you won't get out of any other piece of media. The storyline is all right. I mean, it's just sort of a random kind of episodic thing. Some people say that there's like a pretty deep lore going on. I think it's kind of interesting that it was one of the first shows to show that love wasn't always going to be, how do I put it? Not all relationships are always going to wind up working out in the end like Disney wants you to think. Regular show does a lot of things very, very well to help people grow up as teenagers and kind of understand how the world is going to kind of work out, right? I love regular show. So fantastic. But like I said, if you haven't seen Close Enough, I think that it's actually better. Robot Boy, I've never seen it. Robotomy, never seen it. Samurai Jack, it's Skinny Tartakovsky. Of course it's going up here. Samurai Jack, one of the only shows to like get canceled and then like wind up getting renewed 15 years later to end in a fantastic finale. You hated the first season of, the final season? Man, I thought, let me say, no, I don't know. I don't know that I can get behind that. I don't know that I can really even see why. Big Guy and the Rusty the Boy Robot was good stuff. I never checked it out. What's the cartoon topic? We got on the subject because we got to talking about shows that had like D&D episodes or inspirations, and I was showing how it wasn't like a new kind of modern piece of media, and then I don't know, we got to talking about this, so yeah. But Samurai Jack, I will say the only thing that holds Samurai Jack back even slightly is just that the actual attack sequences had to be held back because of Cartoon Network censorship, and it feels like all of the action, or about 80% of the action, is happening off camera, and that can feel like the show kind of slows down a little bit, you know what I mean? Because it backtracks everything. Literally everything Jack went through, the characters he met don't exist anymore. Well, and okay, maybe, but it doesn't change the journey, you know what I mean? In spoilers, you guys. Well, But to me, it doesn't really change the fact that the journey happened. You know, like the adventure is there, the story is there. As to whether or not the continuity is what, you know, then yeah. But I do think that the way that everything happened was at least an interesting and compelling story. I do think out of all of Genndy Tartakovsky's work, actually, I don't see... Okay, his best cartoon isn't even one of these three. His best cartoon is Primal, and I'm not seeing any Adult Swim stuff on here, so I'm assuming that that's... Yeah. But if Primal was on here, then I would have definitely put that in S. Yeah, Primal is just, wow. What an experience. Did he do Clone Wars? Was that a Genndy Tartakovsky thing? Yeah, oh yeah, Primal. Okay, wait, let me get some of this other stuff out of here. Annoying Orange, I have no idea. I'm just gonna assume it's horrific. Thundercats.
I haven't watched Primal yet. That has to be a thing.
Yeah. Redonkulous Race, I have no idea what this is. I haven't watched anything Transformers. I just haven't. Totally Spies. Say what?
Don't waste your time.
Totally Spies?
No, Transformers.
Oh. So Clone Wars is a Genndy Tartakovsky thing? I was not aware. I mean, I haven't seen it, so I can't really give it an opinion. I do know that some people say that this is one of the best cartoons of all time. But for me, I some of y'all might hate me for this. I'm not a big Star Wars fan. I'm just not. It just doesn't... It doesn't really get me, you know? The 2D one is? Okay. Now, I'm only putting them down here because I haven't watched them. Yeah. Static Shock. Hang on. Static Shock is great. This was the show that had... Didn't they actually show like a heroin overdose or like a murder on this show?
Ooh, if they did, I don't remember. I just know I loved it.
I just remember in Static Shock, they dealt with some of the more heavy topics that you weren't really seeing on most other cartoons.
The main character you weren't seeing on most other cartoons.
Get her verbal commitment to... Oh, Manda.
Yo.
Chat is saying that you have to verbally commit to watching Powerpuff Girls.
Okay. I hereby verbally swear commit to watching Powerpuff Girls.
Wait, what was I saying?
Only if they type commit to watch Primal.
Oh, everyone's already talked about it, yeah.
Good.
Shame I'm not doing HB. Johnny Quest was the way. Oh, Hanna-Barbera, gotcha. BBEG Dad Every episode. Okay, I'm aware of Johnny Quest. It's just not on here. I will say that Johnny Quest inspired one of my favorite cartoons, which is the Venture Brothers. And the Venture Brothers was riffing on everything amazing about all those old cheesy Hanna-Barbera shows. Sheep in the Big City, I was so bored by this cartoon. I was so happy to see it not come back. Okay, I won't say that it was bad. Totally Spies is kind of guilty of trying to sexualize a bunch of like 9-10-year-old girls. Sheep in the Big City was just guilty of being boring, and that was it. Yeah. Skunk Fur, never heard of it. Sonic Boom, I heard the cartoon was good. I never watched it. Space Ghost Coast to Coast. Had it not been for this show, we would not have Adult Swim.
Hey, Taryn.
Hmm?
What beers would you want from my gas station?
Oh, Marshall Sundown Wheat.
Marshall Sundown Wheat if they have it, and a Plan B if not.
A what?
Plan B.
Oh, I thought you meant like the medic. Okay, never mind. I was like, why do I want a Plan B? I don't. Whatever. Not an IPA.
Okay.
Borderline Cthulhu. Oh, really? The old Johnny Quest? I want to. I should probably check out some of that old stuff. Space Ghost. Let's talk about this, okay? Space Ghost Coast to Coast. Yes, gave us Birdman Attorney at Law. Oh man, and the Brack Show. Okay, the Brack Show. Eric Andre, basically all of Adult Swim, has this show to thank for its existence. Yeah, you don't take Plan B. Had it not been for Space Ghost, oh my God, yes. Some of the funniest interviews, just some of the most genuinely, you will cry at how goddamn funny this show is. You have to be just kind of willing to just go along for the ride. But like all the absurdist comedy of Adult Swim that came for like the next 20 years and still today was all thanks to this one piece of media right here. This is one of the most influential kind of adult-oriented animations ever. Yes, Space Ghost Coast to Coast. Just the goofy way in which they don't even give a shit about like Zorak's shirt being red in one frame and then blue in another. Like it was just, there was so much funny stuff about this show that, oh my God.
Can I see this tier list going on?
Yeah, it's like it's a lot of Cartoon Network shows, but it's weird that they don't have the Adult Swim stuff on here.
Wow, there's quite a few. My God.
Oh yeah.
Holy shit.
Brack is such a great cartoon. The Brack Show is so good. Okay, of all the Scooby-Doos, I don't know about this one. Some Scooby-Doos, all right. Not familiar with this.
How? Oh, okay, never watched. Never mind. I was
Yeah.
like, Over the Garden Wall is magic.
I've heard really good things about it.
It's so great, and it's so
Okay.
short.
I will skip Steven Universe for right now,
It's so good.
just to kind of get some of these out of the way. I don't know about that one. I don't know about this one. SWAT Cats was just a fun kind of campy thing. I'll put it up in B. It was okay. Symbiotic Titan, I remember like one episode and thought it was pretty alright. Now, I know some of the more modern Scooby-Doos do get pretty dark, and I've been kind of down to check out, like, especially some of the movies. This Thundercats, I never watched. I just didn't really get into Thundercats.
Let me see your ABC real quick.
Hang on.
Okay.
Time Squad. Okay. This show,
That one.
Time Squad, was, I don't think it was great. I think Time Squad was pretty damn good. But I can understand why it got canceled. It was just, it didn't really feel like it was doing anything super unique. The characters, I don't think, really felt particularly endearing. The concept was kind of fun, but like, how many episodes are we gonna have where we're gonna go through and correct the timeline? And I don't know. Time Squad.
For the ones that I've seen, this is great. You're like, I agree with all the ones.
Oh, I mean, I'm pretty
seen.
sure everything I've got up in S is pretty universally beloved.
Yeah. You've got
Okay.
to watch Over the Garden Wall.
This Batman, absolutely.
Oh, that Batman's dope.
Uncle Grandpa, I've seen frames from it. It just looks horrific. Total Drama Island, I just don't really care for it. I don't know. I guess it's not as... I just don't really remember anything from the show being all that remarkable. I guess the animation style was kind of okay. I don't know. It was clean. It was sharp. I'm honestly trying to think of anything else that's on this list that I really... Whatever Happened to Robot Jones? Oh, I did like this one a bit more than Johnny Bravo. The art style felt so, like, kind of PBS, like... Oh, how do I put it? Like, Ulysses 31 is Spelljammer there. Okay. Whatever Happened to Robot Jones felt like you were just watching somebody's doodles come to life. I thought that this was such a cool show. It felt just very kind of chaotic, but like in a kind of controlled way. It kind of mimicked the ideas of like the confused feelings of like first going through puberty. And I don't know, whatever happened to Robot Jones is a really cool show. I would love to check that one out again. It's been a while since I've seen it. I have not seen Challenge Showdown. I haven't. Wait. Oh, what a cartoon. I mean, without this, we wouldn't have many of the cartoons I have kind of up here above at least A. Yeah, I have not seen this show. It may have happened after my time. I am not familiar with it. I mean, I'll check it out. That's three of you saying that I need to probably see it. We Bear Bears. Look, Cal Art, it was one of those things. I didn't see a draw to it, you know? If it doesn't immediately pull me in with like the look of it or like the concept alone, then I'm gonna have a pretty hard time getting drawn into it. We Bear Bears, it's a cartoon about three bears. Nothing about the aesthetic felt unique to me. I'm sure people are gonna come up with all kinds of reasons as to why this is a great show. It just was not for me. I don't care about Total Drama. I'm not familiar with Unikitty. Don't know about Victor and Valentino. Don't know about this one. It's a Scooby-Doo cartoon. I'm sure it's at least competent. I don't know. Young Justice. I don't want to put it up here in S, but damn, does this show ever hold up? I watched it again like 3 years ago. Binged the entire series. Absolutely sick. Justice League, but with a less there's a kind of front about superhero shows where it seems like they just superheroes aren't really always allowed to be flawed in a way up until I want to say like this Justice League, whenever, and I don't want to spoil anything because like it's amazing to watch through it, but there is a massive betrayal that happens in this Justice League that basically sets forward the events of the entire end, like the entire finale, and it's a big enough like what the fuck that you're like, oh my wow. This show let you know that heroes would betray people, right? It let you know that heroes could be villains, right? Young Justice came along and it was like, no, for real, if we don't raise them up the right way, heroes can really wind up screwing up the, you know, anyways. Yeah, it was really big on the idea that, like, heroism isn't by nature, it's nurtured. So, yo! Shut this door real quick. Oh, man. One of our buddies, Brent, just showed up. Okay. What else we got on here? Christ. Okay, Hero 108. Never watched it. I don't like Superman at all. Never watched it. Okay. Steven Universe. Why do so many people think that this is just like the most incredible show ever? I think it's pretty good. It is not as amazing as some of the other things that have appeared, even on Cartoon Network. I will say that, like, Steven Universe, people would hate me for putting it anywhere below here, right? I think that Steven Universe is just okay. The soundtrack, okay, Rebecca Sugar is an amazing composer, fantastic job. But you know how I was talking about the CalArt art style? That aesthetic really does matter, especially in animation. Steven Universe hardly ever does anything that's actually unique in terms of actual animation. I will say, okay, Blue Thumbnail does have a good point. Okay, Blue Thumbnail does have a good point. It dealt with adult themes pretty well. Pretty well, okay? It had really good analogs for how to handle those themes. But, like, it's, you know, we can go into all these different political analogs for how Steven Universe fucked up its message. But I just think at the end of the day, I just don't really care enough about the show to really go any further than that. I never really got invested into its characters. I thought that at least the magic system was interesting, but that's about it. Yeah, I don't really know what else to really say about Steven Universe. I think that the strongest aspect of it was its music. Rebecca Sugar and Ivy Tran. Ivy is one of my favorite chiptune composers ever. And Ivy is I think did the theme to that one. How Rebecca Sugar sexualized the teen. I'm not familiar with any of that. Yeah, it wasn't really consistent in terms of the writers. I think the writers had a message that they wanted to get across, but they didn't really think about what was really important, and that was the lore of the show staying consistent in order to get that message across. You know, if you're gonna write these parallels, whatever, like, it's all good, but people can always tell whenever it's really ham-fisted, you know? But that's kind of what I think I'd agree with most everything that's on here. I wish it had included Adult Swim stuff. Is there a... Yeah, let me see if there's an Adult Swim one. Because the Adult Swim one should be pretty quick. Let me see. Categories. Animals, battle cats. No, give me... Alright. This should be the quick one. What do we got? There's nothing on that one. Streams? This can't be... This is not all the Adult Swim shows. Where are all these? Okay. Can I... Sure, we'll run with this one for right now. It's a weird mix of some of the anime that was on Adult Swim, or just late at night on Toonami, and some Adult Swim shows. This'll work. In conclusion, I will now binge 10. Maybe if I was younger and it would, like, kind of click a little bit more, but, like, yeah, it just didn't really, yeah, I don't know. I've got to be really into the aesthetic, and it didn't seem like Ben 10 was doing anything really unique. The Adventure Time Holiday Special, and I totally forgot the episode where they introduced Simon before them, right? Amanda had never seen Adventure Time until last year, and then during quarantine, I was like, you have to watch this show. You have to watch this show, and I'm going to know exactly whenever you get to the moment that I'm thinking of right now in my head. And she hated the Ice King. And I was like, please, 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 just stick with it. And I promise you it'll all be worth it. And then she was like, okay, it happened. And I was like, I told you this show will rip your heart out, man. Like, oh, okay. Oh... Okay, let me just get the ones that I never really watched out of the way. I never watched Your Pretty Face is Going to Hell. I saw Super Jail. It was alright. I didn't watch enough of this to really get an opinion on it. Okay, people are gonna hate me for this. I've never watched One Punch Man. It sounds obnoxious. I'm not a big One Piece fan. I watched a few episodes. Again, I can't get into the aesthetic. Wow. And this is also kind of showing my age. I feel like I aged out of Naruto to really, like, kind of get into it. What else? I don't care about JoJo's. I just don't care. I cannot. I tried watching the first season, and at best I was like, this is okay. It seems like it's mostly memes. What else is in here? Okay. Naruto? I have no idea. Bleach, never watched it. Okay. Children's Hospital. Okay, I didn't watch this one either. Okay, I was not a Gundam fan. Is there anything else that's on here? Yeah, and I don't really... JoJo's just doesn't click with me. I think that it's mostly driven by memes that people really like it. Yeah. I never watched China, Illinois. I'm assuming that's what that is. China IL. Is there anything I'm forgetting on here that I haven't seen? Is this Venture Brothers? Is this supposed to be Venture Brothers? Because it looks like the style. Or am I just... Does anybody see Venture Brothers on here? Oh, duh. It's right here. Alright, cool. The funny photos. Okay. American Dad. I don't get Seth MacFarlane's appeal. American Dad hardly had anything in it that made me ever really laugh. I think American Dad was the reason why a lot of really cringe-worthy, pretty just goddamn racist cartoons and boomer humor kind of entered the public ethos. American Dad was especially really guilty of that. And I don't know, just Seth MacFarlane. I think American Dad just showed that the guy was out of ideas. He's hardly ever actually funny. The guy just completely lacks taste. Family Guy was at best I can think of fluke, and I think American Dad was just proof that the guy was just out of ideas. Attack on Titan. Shocking how brutal this show was within the first 15 minutes. And then it continued to follow up with wow, how do I follow that up? Attack on Titan follows up with one of the more complex, like Rubik's Cube puzzle. Man. You feel like you are almost watching episodes of like early Lost whenever you're watching Attack on Titan, mixed in with just some of the most brutal, horrifying anime action scenes you'll ever see. Pretty fucking killer show. I think that it's worth it to put Attack on Titan up in A, only because like it wasn't enough to keep me coming back after the first season. It does end on cliffhangers pretty often, and I don't know, whenever I have to wait that long for a show, I just feel like I forget about it and don't come back to it. I should probably try to give the entire show a full rundown, because I know that it's got super dedicated fans. Aqua Teen Hunger Force is just okay. This is just a pretty okay cartoon. I guess its influence is... the ending is bad. Aqua Teen Hunger Force, about like 80% of the material in there is pretty passable. Well, okay, let me rephrase that. About 60% of the jokes hit. About 30% of the jokes make you cringe. And then about 10% of the jokes that are in there, I'm shocked that they haven't actually edited out for future versions. Yeah. I think that Aqua Teen Hunger Force is okay at best. The movie was pretty damn funny. I remember the movie being pretty fucking fantastic. The actual public service announcement, I don't really remember. I do remember the controversy about the alien guys getting posted up around, was it Boston or something? as like a viral marketing thing that people thought that there was like, anyways, this was one of the granddaddy cartoons for Adult Swim. I can respect that legacy, but it just doesn't really, yeah. I don't think that it holds up over time. Yeah. Bob's Burgers is, I'd rather watch Bob's Burgers than Family Guy or American Dad, but that's about it. Like, yeah. I do think that Bob's Burgers has some pretty funny, some pretty great episodes, I'll say. The fact of, like, I think it's really funny how they keep kind of keeping Bob's sexuality, like, in flux. As you're watching throughout the show, you start to figure out that, like, suddenly they kind of throw in a real quick reference that makes you think, like, wait, did he just, like, flirt with that guy? Wait, is he cheating on Linda? What? It's kind of all over the place. I think it's a pretty great show, but it's not something that keeps me coming back continuously. I will say this. Let me do this, actually. I'll put Bob's Burgers up in B, if for nothing else but the alliteration, because I do actually enjoy it more. I would rather watch Bob's Burgers than an episode of Aqua Teen Hunger Force. I'll go that far. Yeah, we'll go that far. The original concept of it, where it was like, they're a family of cannibals that opens a restaurant, it might have been pretty damn funny to see what was going on. Oh, hey. Now it's over to see what the next D&D guy is doing. So. All right. Like, oh man. Can I, like, okay. This show is just, it's, those of you that have seen the Boondocks can probably understand why me trying to explain like, why this show is so funny. Like, okay, Boondocks, let's just be real here. This blended just urban American culture. Okay, let's just say this. Boondocks is like, it blended black culture with, in an anime coat of paint, and like, it was an extremely poignant commentary on American politics, on the social issues that were kind of happening at the time. If Boondocks was to come back today, oh man, can you imagine what a Boondocks today would look like? Like, Boondocks was also out around the same time that Chappelle's Show was on the air. And those two just felt like such a beautiful compliment, right? Like, Boondocks was so good because I think a lot of us that were watching Adult Swim kind of related to Huey, where, like, Huey's just his little philosopher, man, that, like, he is put up into a world that is, wait, it is coming back? No way. What? Is there a reboot happening? No. What? Boondocks HBO Max acquired the rights to it. I'm so down. I'm so down. I would love to see just their take on. Oh man, yeah. Boondocks was extremely poignant, extremely topical. It almost seemed like they had the South Park effect, where like South Park, because of South Park's animation style, they were able to crank out episodes in like a week if they really, really needed to. Boondocks somehow felt like it was barely lagging behind South Park. It felt like everything was on point. I still think one of my favorite episodes is the Pimp My Ride parody, right? Like, when they put a goddamn fireplace in Grandpa's Cadillac. Like, yeah, this was such a good bridge between a whole bunch of different demographics. Boondocks is legendary. The soundtrack, oh my dude, I am the stone that the builder refused. Like, oh man, what are these? I am the inspiration that made the ladies sing the blues. Those lyrics hit hard, man. Like, oh, one of the best theme songs. Oh, I love it. Okay, Cleveland show. Legitimately don't remember a damn thing about it, other than Cleveland, right? Oh my god, Uncle Ruckus. Yeah, a show that inspires a complete, like, whole different classification of person, right? Like, you know, the white supremacist black guy, like, the fact of whenever somebody calls somebody an Uncle Ruckus like that, and you know, like, oh man, yeah, Boondocks, just what a, god, what a show. Of course, oh man, this show is one of the reasons why I have such a love for, like, westerns, gunslingers. You know, despite me not really getting super into, despite me not really being super into, like, cyberpunk and everything, and just kind of sci-fi overall, Cowboy Bebop is just art. This is, oh man, how do you encapsulate it? This made you understand slow burn storytelling. And what's crazy is you can watch and get the entire story of Cowboy Bebop in probably about 3 episodes. Really, I thought about this the other day. The entire story of Cowboy Bebop, the central story of Cowboy Bebop, could be told in probably about 3 episodes. You think about that, right? If you've seen the whole show, you'll understand which episodes I'm talking about. But they allow this story to drag itself on in a way that still leaves you wanting more. You are forced to suffer with these characters sometimes in a, oh man, the kind of pain that you're kind of forced to feel with these characters at times is like, hey, Bellatorus Rex, welcome to the channel. The serious drama, right? Like, the fact of making you feel like there's lingering feelings for loves that, like, aren't going to be resolved, right? That are going to be left on the table. This, oh man. And also, what a goddamn ending. What a goddamn ending. That's your problem with Cowboy Bebop? It feels like so much filler, but I'm okay with that because I love the characters that much. Every single character got unbelievable character development, all within the span of, like, less than 5 episodes apiece, right? Like, and by less than 5 episodes, I mean kind of central focus in a way. I mean, hell, Jet maybe got 2. Faye got 1 or 2. Spike got 3, 4, maybe. Ein got, you know, half of 1. But you still felt so attached, and, like, the dynamic was all completely right. Like, the party composition was just, oh man. Amazing cast, great dialogue. Very, very rarely do you ever feel a sluggish pace kind of happening. Some people are going to complain about filler, like, you know, Hercrab just did, which, like, I don't think Cowboy Bebop is really all that guilty of. I think maybe you could look at, like, 1 or 2 episodes that you're just like, man, you know, whatever. And sure, like I said, argument can be made. The whole story can be told in, like, you know, 3 episodes. But it still doesn't change the fact that, like, I enjoyed every single episode I have with these, like, you know, these 5 people. Well, 4 people and a dog. And the movie. Oh my god, the movie. The movie was amazing. And I can't find it anywhere. Knocking on Heaven's Door, I think that's what it was. Can't find it anywhere. I don't know who's keeping it locked up, but please put it out on some streaming service. You just like the main cast except Ed and Ein because I prefer characters who are also good people. I am totally great with morally great characters. I'm all about that. Dragon Ball Z. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I've rewatched it, and DBZ, the only reason I think DBZ I'm thinking could go lower is just because of the Frieza saga. The drag that happens in the Frieza saga, we know what happens, right? Like, they were running out of material to work with, so they had to cause a lot of filler, right? And the Frieza saga drags on, and whenever you're rewatching that, you really feel it. You really feel it. Cell Saga is amazing. Cell Saga is so remarkable. I think that Cell Saga is like God tier. If I'm thinking about the different sagas, right? Cell Saga, boom, up here. Absolutely. Buu Saga, probably right around in here. Frieza Saga, I'd probably say Frieza Saga is like right up here, right? But Cell Saga? Ooh. I have never watched Naruto. I'm so sorry, Fish Twonk. I've never watched it. Was DBZ Kai the one that kind of clipped out a lot of it? If so, like... Okay, oh, by the way, Dragon Ball Z Abridged? Yes, Dragon Ball Z Abridged, very much up here. DBZ Kai, if we're talking about Frieza Saga there, if they managed to clip out the known filler that happened with that, then I'm sure Frieza Saga deserves to be up here. But if we're talking about Frieza Saga DBZ right here, Buu Saga down here, Cell Saga, Cell and Android Saga, boom. The moment they come back to Earth and Trunks lands on Earth in the time machine, from that moment up until they kill Cell is like, oh my god, that is prime DBZ for me. I'm just not a big fan of the Frieza Saga, probably for all the, yeah. So much so, I can't wait for Amanda to actually get into that. The Cell Saga felt like an actual horror show. Like, you have these people with unbelievable unbelievable powers, and yet you have Cell that is like... Cell felt like an actual terrifying force. Frieza was a cartoonish villain. Buu was just dumb. Buu is so stupid overpowered. None of the saga made any sense. They fucked up Gohan. They really fucked up Gohan in the Buu saga. But yeah, I will say Cell Saga DBZ, amazing. Absolutely amazing. I don't have the time to commit to One Piece. There's too much of that show for me to get into. Yeah. The Drinky Crow show, I remember seeing and thinking it was just alright. It's more of that cringe cringe Adult Swim kind of like, we're gonna be edgy kind of thing. Yeah, it didn't really resonate with me. Death Note. Holy shit. What a show. Yeah, Boo was a literal screaming child. Death Note. Death Note was one of the first animes to make me understand that I was feeling actual panic and anxiety in a show. That I felt like I was actually just as trapped as Light was in a situation, right? Where I'm sitting there actually panicking about, like, holy crap, how do I get out of it, right? Or the philosophical Wisecrack did an amazing video on Death Note that you should check out. Simply about the philosophy of justice. Oh man, Death Note was one of the first shows, one of the first anime that I remember making me think, like, this is trying to really communicate a deeper message than just here's a story, a mystery, a fight, a whatever. Death Note was trying to make you feel... It is a drama, but it also feels like you are... Oh, man. What is it? what is it? Death Note after... Okay, Death Note after L is a whole other thing. Okay. Which... Wow. Wow. I mean, like, you have to say, what a show for having the balls to do what they did, right? Like, wow. Extremely compelling show. Highly recommend it if you haven't seen it already. You can probably watch all of Death Note. I think Amanda watched it all in about like 2 days. If you don't have anything going on this weekend, I super recommend putting it on. Yeah, don't watch the anime adaptation for very obvious reasons. They just completely screw that up. Okay. Eric Andre. Oh man. Comedy is really hard for me to rate. I think Eric Andre has the potential to be up here in S because some of the frames that they've shown from that, or some of the scenes, the skits and everything that they've shown from that are some of the damn funniest things I've ever seen. It probably, Eric Andre probably deserves to be up here, okay? It probably does. It is infinitely quotable. What I'm going to say is Eric Andre, I give an S. The show might just be an A, but I think that Eric Andre as a comedian is probably up here in S. All right. This is compared to. Hey, thanks for hanging out. Oh yeah, no, okay. I'll do that for you right now. Yes. Where are we at? Where are we at? Yes, I agree with you, and I'll finish that up here in a second. Eric Andre is amazing. Okay, the dude is literally the living embodiment of Bugs Bunny. All right, he's amazing. Is this gonna get a stream highlight video? I don't know, maybe. Eric Andre, I say him personally, I would put up here in S. The show is like, man, I don't know why I think the show is not an S, but I feel like maybe whenever it was with Hannibal Buress, it's up here. I don't know. I'll leave it up here for now, if for nothing else other than, oh my god, who was the Lauren? Who was the girl from the OC that like tried to sue him? Oh, it was so funny. Thanks for the subscription. We'll see you next time. Who was the chick that from the OC that he made vomit, or well, that he made throw up in her mouth? Remember, he puked on his desk and then he ate it. I guess it is up here in S. Like, I don't know. Yeah, we'll stick to it. Frisky Dingo, shockingly funny show. This is like the precursor to Archer, okay? Same animation style. It'll shock you whenever you see this, how you're just like, whoa, wait, what? Like, are we sure we're not in like an alternate reality like Archer? I thought that this show was hilarious. Lauren Conrad, that was the chick that sued them after her interview. The Lauren Conrad interview is, oh my god. Frisky Dingo. Okay. I thought that this was a really cool show. I saw the animation style. I thought it was super intriguing. I think it was like actually pretty early compared to Archer. I think that this show could have had legs. I don't know really what held it back. I mean, it was the Archer sense of humor, but maybe it was just sort of the absurd world that was kind of going on with it that didn't allow it to really succeed. I thought that Frisky Dingo was cool enough for me to watch several episodes of it, but I do think that, like, I just don't think it was really all that memorable. Yeah, the concept was at least funny enough to make me watch, right? I'll give it that. Okay, Family Guy. Early Family Guy, probably up here in A. Family Guy these days. I'm going to say this. I'm just going to average it out. Family Guy, the first 3 seasons before it got its renewal, and then maybe for a little while after the renewal, I'd say the Family Guy was a damn good show. Probably up here in A. I don't know that I'd ever put Family Guy up here in S. Yeah, I just don't click with Seth MacFarlane's sense of humor. I really don't. I think the Family Guy, first 3 seasons, I'll give it an A. Again, after it got the renewal, maybe it's debatable that Family Guy was like around here in C. I would rather watch Bob's Burgers than Family Guy. I'll go that far. Yeah, I think I'd actually put Family Guy in C. The complete experience I've had with Family Guy, I'd probably put here in C. Yeah, like, Family Guy has... I'll say that Family Guy is one of those shows that has, like, 15 god-tier moments. But, like, the rest of the show I just can't deal with, you know? The way that they butchered Brian's character, man, like... I don't mean, you know, whatever. Oh, ooh, let me skip ahead real quick. Futurama. Kind of funny. Skip ahead for... Anyways. Futurama. This show has never gotten the attention it deserved. Ever, ever, ever. This is... Like, okay, fuck The Simpsons. This is Matt Groening's masterpiece. And... there were more... yeah, Futurama is high art. There are more thought-provoking, existential, depressing, but also heartwarming moments in Futurama than just about anything else on this list that I've gotten to so far. This is a incredibly deep and really just refreshing show for the time. Yeah, the funniest show where the best moments make you cry. This is a beautiful piece of work. It still holds up fairly well. Bender, I think that Bender... as I've gotten older, I just don't really care so much for early Bender. He gets better as time goes on. You get later on into the show, and yeah, it's all right. Zach Brannigan, still all right. He's the asshole he's supposed to be. You know, it's really hard to really summarize everything that Futurama's doing. Yeah, Futurama's the only Adult Swim show I could actually watch more than a few episodes of. It's still one of the few on here that I still feel like I could binge. You know, Futurama's one of those, like, if I need to waste some time on a weekend, I don't mind putting on Futurama and just kind of, like, zoning out for a while. I couldn't really do that with Death Note. That's asking too much of my attention. DBZ is just too much screaming for me. Cowboy Bebop, I'm going to be way too drawn into. I'm laughing too hard at the Boondocks. Futurama, I'm definitely laughing, but it's just like a, all right, like a good... yeah, all right. But yeah. I mean, it got canceled and renewed. Yeah, it kept going, coming back. I haven't seen Final Space yet. Haven't seen it yet. People keep telling me to check it out. I will check it out. Full Metal Alchemist. Okay. Yes. Brilliant magic system. This show has a unique way of fucking you up, and everyone knows why. And boy, there's a lot to be said about Full Metal Alchemist that can be said with nothing, right? It's a fantastic work. You will feel constantly, and you will see it happening, that they are trying to constantly break your heart. They will do it. They will be relentless about it. They will step on the pieces, and they will set it on fire and piss on the ashes, and do it again in the next episode, and you're going to come back and be begging for more. It is a fantastic piece of drama. Great, hard magic system. Very well fleshed out. Yeah, just... Yeah. Moving on from there. Ghost in the Shell. I didn't actually catch up with this. I do know that this is a massively influential piece of media. Full Metal Alchemist is basically what I would say is like the Avatar: The Last Airbender of like anime from that era, right? Can already see in chat, right? Everyone knows what I'm talking about. Everyone knows what I'm talking about. That show will screw you up. And I've heard really great things about Ghost in the Shell. I've heard really great things about Ghost in the Shell. Yeah, I'm still on this. I'm having fun, all right? That's what I'm doing. I'm having fun, all right? Great things I've heard about it. Haven't really gotten to sit down and see it. That's about where I sit with Ghost in the Shell. It is a show that, like, heads up, like, I guess cyberpunk is not really the thing that draws me in, but yeah, the camera will ruin your life. Yeah. Harvey Birdman is such a hit or miss show. Oh man, some episodes of this are absolutely up here in S, but I don't know if you guys have watched it again here recently. It is so, oh man, we remember a lot of the real good times that happened with Harvey Birdman. I think, wasn't Stephen Colbert the voice of Phil in the show? The ha-ha guy, right? Like, I think we remember some of the really brilliant episodes of this one. And those episodes are probably up in S. But like, I went through and watched an episode here recently, and I think it was like the Flintstones one. And I just remember like, man, I was really trying to figure out what it was that clicked so hard for me with that show, right? I remember some of the jokes being pretty damn funny. Scooby and Shaggy getting tried for marijuana possession. Like, I mean, really, did we was that the joke we reached for, you know? Anyways, Harvey Birdman, better than a lot of the other material that was on Adult Swim at the time. I don't know that I would put Harvey up in S, but I remember it definitely having some fantastic jokes. Okay. Oh. Brandon Small could do no wrong in my eyes. Brandon Small hit it out of the park. Out of the park with home movies. But the thing is, this is a show that you had to kind of sit and sip on, right? Some of the funnier moments were the fact that, like, they might have been talking so fast they literally just ran over a joke, and you were like, wait, what? Like, it feels almost improvisational at times. H. John Benjamin as Coach McGurk. Oh man. Gal and I were seeing that yesterday. Wait, which one? Not sure. No, yes, I get the humor. I got the humor behind Harvey Birdman. But like, I really tried watching it again, especially after let me say this. I tried watching Harvey Birdman also after I had watched the new, like, Bird Girl, she's like a manager show. And I feel like after you watch that one, it kind of ruins the humor of the old show because they try to mimic that. Yeah. Do not put marbles in your nose. Oh my god. Oh man. Well, that one, the talent show episode. Oh my god, what were the other really amazing home movies episodes? Oh god, now I'm trying to think. I remember thinking the mom was like, okay, like, all right, I don't know why she's like drawn to just be a purple hair. There is nothing. Okay, let me pull up the mom. What was the mom's name? Paula Small. Okay. I'm very glad I pulled it up over here. Okay, I don't know why people were crushing on the mom so hard. But I also was like, yeah, that pear-shaped like peacock-haired lady, she banged. Like, why? All right, let me pull up this. Come on. Yeah, why? The mom was funny. Yeah, the mom was a good character. In that you definitely get the sense of everybody that was written for that show. You could tell Brandon Small knew how to write for that. Number one, that character, that age group, everything about that demographic, right? I definitely should have put safe search on for that one. It was the voice. It was her voice actress. I don't know, dog. The purple hair is a look. Yeah, right. Dumpy trash can ass, and then just great hair. Oh man. But no, fantastic show, awesome show, and it felt like you just, especially as a kid, you just kind of understood, like, Brendan's friend group, you know. I think everyone that felt like a little bit of a misfit, you would have been in here making movies with them. Like, oh man, home movies, great show. The Talks with Coach McGurk, like, yeah. Home movies makes it. Wait, what? Really? So was Clarence actually kind of good? What did they do? Clarence the Home Movies episode? Oh, they just improvised and... Oh, weird. So they did like a continuation of Home Movies over on Clarence, where Brendan is apparently working in a video store? Huh. Well, I fail to recognize it. It all comes full circle. Okay. Let me, because I think I skipped this one earlier. Metalocalypse. Okay. This is such a musician show, and like musician, metalhead, everything. I grew up listening. Yeah, I was the scene kid, right? I grew up straight, hair straightener in the morning, hairspray, all that stuff. Wore jeans that were so tight, I'm sure it caused actual like damage to my arteries. Like, yeah, that was me growing up. All right. I played in scene metalcore bands. I played like prog metal, all this other stuff. Metalocalypse was just, it was Brendan Small. Again, it's another Brendan Small joint, right? Brendan Small knew the metal scene. Brendan Small like recorded so much of the guitar work that's in that show. As a guitar player, you would think that like, dude, nobody talks like this. This is all characterized for like the show or whatever, right? Dude, everyone in the metal scene acts like these dudes. I mean, like, this show, the deeper you get into metal music, the more and more you realize, like, just how brilliant this show was. Some people think that, like, Metalocalypse was just a reason to animate a bunch of people dying and putting it on, whatever. Man, Metalocalypse was a smart show. If you get really, really into just the music scene in general, you will... Oh, man. Yeah, the more... I'll just say that. The more metal history you know, the more you start to acknowledge that this show was brilliant. They knew the demographic. Even if you're not exactly into metal, like, there's still some jokes in here that just slap, man. I love Metalocalypse. I think it was even funnier that they were actually sponsored by Marshall and Gibson, so like they had to put the official logos everywhere. Oh man, yeah. I adored this one. Do I think that it was like as impactful as Cowboy Bebop? No. Or the Boondocks? No. Futurama, no. Yeah, probably about the same as home movies. But god damn, what it did was so funny. What it did was so good. Yeah. Inuyasha was just alright. In terms of anime, I'd probably be as eager to watch Inuyasha as I would be to watch Bob's Burgers. It's just a kind of alright show. The entire thing being built around this whole, like, will they, won't they relationship got to be just obnoxious to me. I know Amanda thought Inuyasha was just a great show because she likes anything that involves romance. Yeah, I thought it was okay. Okay. It was just okay. Kill la Kill. Trigger Studio did a whole lot of really great work. They're one of the best animation studios out there. The more into anime you are, the better Kill la Kill is. Because this is a show that is so self-aware and makes fun of fan service in a way that itself is so fan servicey. It ultimately becomes this galaxy brain take on, boob physics. Yeah. Anyways, Kill la Kill. How absolutely absurd is this show? Just, if you want to go on a mindless, stupid, fan servicey, yeah. This is a great, just homage to anime in a way. An homage, a gag, and like, it's not a bad story either. There's an okay, like, the fight scenes are incredible, but that's all because it's Trigger, right? But like, if you want a good example, say like you want to check out Trigger Studio, but you're not a big fan of their super hyper fan servicey like kind of style, you should check out a movie called Promare. Promare is just cocaine for the eyes. It is an absolute visual feast, and it is significantly less fan servicey than anything in Kill la Kill. Watch Promare. If you can get into Promare, maybe try to give Kill la Kill a chance. If it's just not, banging for you, then that's fine. But Promare, yeah, that soundtrack, ooh. Okay, King of the Hill. King of the Hill. If not for just the purse episode, if not for just Bobby takes self-defense, like, holy shit. King of the Hill is, yes, if not for animation reasons, but for story and character growth / development reasons. This show is so deep into building the relationships between each and every single one of these characters. I didn't see Fully Cooley. Actually, no, I mean, like, I've seen it, but I didn't see it on here. I would put Fully Cooley up here in the S. Clarifying that. So, yes, King of the Hill, in terms of what it does for its character story growth, yes, absolutely. It also, King of the Hill just does not age. It somehow, it still feels like whenever you're watching King of the Hill, it still feels poignant. Everything about it still feels pretty relevant, despite it being like, what, it's not 30 years old, is it? No, King of the Hill's only like a 20-year-old series, I want to say. As somebody that lives in Oklahoma, dude, Mike Judge got the aesthetic of like the Midwest / South so right. So many people just kind of have that dopey, like, yeah. He got so much about kind of living in the Bible Belt. And I know that Texas isn't in the Bible Belt, but hey, it's an honorary member today. He got so much of that aesthetic totally correct. And like, even him, what's that say? A guy from an Now Finished D&D campaign I played in loved King of the Hill. He posted relevant clips from it every session for a year. It's so good. I wish we had been able to see King of the Hill get the ending that they really wanted to give it. Has King of the Hill not aged, or has humanity not advanced? I wish that King of the Hill could have gotten the ending that they wanted to give it. It's pretty clear why they decided not to continue forth after Brittany Murphy died. But, like, oh, man. Like, if you go back through and watch that show again, my original favorite character used to be Dale. Then I watched it again, and then it was like, all right, now it's Luann. I watched it again, and then it's like, I'm not really a big fan of anyone at this point. I just know I hate Peggy, you know? But yeah, fantastic. The certain mom scenes with her daughter and, oh, Kill right. Yeah, I mean, you know, sure. Sure. I'll move on from that. Okay. Moral Oral. I think the Moral Oral's all right. I feel like I would rather watch. Yeah, I feel like I would rather watch Bob's Burgers than Moral Oral. Like, if I'm just gonna say the one problem I have with Moral Oral, it's just like it. I think everyone just got kind of tired of this show having one thematic, and it's just the kind of edgelordy takes on. Sure, it's fine to have a criticism of like. It's fine to have a criticism of kind of the way that Christian families were sort of, and still even to this day, right? Some of the Christian stereotypes, right? But like, can you really build an entire show around just mocking Christian lifestyles? I think that this show is the one that proved that like it's maybe an okay concept for like the Flanders kind of thing, right? Where like we can have a character and bring it up every once in a while, but like, can we really build an entire show around making fun of Ned Flanders? I don't think that the show really succeeded all that well, despite having one or two pretty fantastic episodes. The Mary Shelley's Frankenhole is better. I've never seen it. There was an episode where it was like they were saying the Lord's Prayer, and I remember this girl that Oral liked said transgressors instead of like trespassers or something like that. And it was like, having grown up in Oklahoma, dude, Southern Christians are so like that, you know? Anyways, everyone that counts hates Ned Flanders. I think Ned's an alright character. Early on. Okay. I don't know what this is. I just can't tell. I can't tell by anything I'm seeing here. Oh, is this the Mike Tyson thing? If so, I haven't really watched it, but it had Norm Macdonald, so it must be amazing. I don't know what this is. The Oblongs. Okay, y'all know Will Ferrell was in this? Like, this was... Oh, man. Oblongs. Real quick summary. It's about a family living in a valley where a bunch of toxic waste is dumped into like the main water source, and everyone that grows up down here has some kind of like horrific, you know, disfigurement, right? But it's like the dad doesn't have arms or legs. The mom is just bald, but I think she was like, the mom was rich at one point, and her moving down into the valley is what caused her to go bald. The son has like a lazy eye, and he doesn't grow any hair. The daughter is growing a penis growth out of her head. Like, oh man, the twins in the show are conjoined. It's so funny. This is such a great kind of like, what makes the Oblongs good is the show definitely doesn't take itself too seriously. And like, man, how do you really encapsulate what this show does? It's like, it's okay to laugh at weird people just being weird, you know? I think I haven't heard anyone recently talk about any possible issues that came up with the Oblongs like these days, but like, holy hell, I remember back then I was just laughing my ass off at this show. The episode where the dad gets robotic legs and arms. Oh man, Yeah, Oblongs, fantastic cast, awesome script. If I remember right, this is another show like, oh wait, you know what else isn't on here that deserves to be up in S tier? That's a little show called Mission Hill. Mission Hill was on Adult Swim for like the one season and then just got canceled. And like no explanation or anything. Mission Hill was like beloved by like the college demographic and then just disappeared. No clue what happened. Actually, like a hyper progressive show as well. I think it was one of the first, if not like the first cartoon to show a gay couple kissing. And that was like in the first episode too. Their neighbors come down in the elevator and they're just like making out, and it's just like nonchalant. They walk by and like that was it. And it was like one of the first shows to ever do something like that. Yeah, I don't know why Mission Hill's not on here. It definitely deserves to be up here in S. It's, oh man. What show was I just talking about? Oblongs. Yeah, I think Oblongs is fantastic. Mr. Pickles, this is a stupid cringe lordy show. They're doing everything that they can just for like shock humor. Nothing about this show is funny. I have tried understanding the appeal of it. It's a horrifically ugly show. It doesn't contribute anything interesting to the architecture. It's a satanic dog, kills things. This just doesn't do anything interesting whatsoever. I don't understand the fame of Mr. Pickles. That's about it. Yeah. Rick and Morty, pretty good. That's about as high as I can really rate it, though. It's interesting. Justin Roiland. I think Justin Roiland is better than this show. I think Justin Roiland's humor is better than an A tier right here. Justin Roiland's humor is better than this show. And I think that we'll see that in the future. Rick and Morty does some things that are, how do I put it? Rick and Morty does some things that are like incredibly unique and evocative. Some of the concepts that they come up with for the problems in that show are downright Lovecraftian and like in an actually unique way. And the show is again kind of like a Futurama where like you feel like you get hit by a truck after watching a few of these episodes, right? The show will bring you down like that, depressed sometimes. But you know, I still think that Rick and Morty has got way more miss than hits. I really do. Yeah, Roiland voices Lemongrab. He voices Blandon in Gravity Falls. Justin Roiland, outside of Rick and Morty, I think has got so much potential. Within the bounds of Rick and Morty, the best I can give him is an A, honestly. I am very excited to see what he contributes to Smiling Friends whenever that winds up hitting Adult Swim. I think Smiling Friends is going to be... I think that's going to be Adult Swim's new big hit, honestly. Yeah. Robot Chicken, best I can give this one is like a C. It's okay. I've never seen skits on Robot Chicken that make me laugh as hard as some of the passing jokes in even Harvey Birdman, The Boondocks, The Eric Andre Show. I don't understand the appeal of Robot Chicken. The stop motion's great. But like, Robot Chicken just does not do it for me quite like basically everything on the A. Yeah. I feel like 1 minute of everything, 1 minute of any show that's up here is probably superior in quality and animation style than a full episode of Robot Chicken. Yeah, that's kind of where I sit. Yeah, I've seen it. I've seen them. Again, if I was a bigger Star Wars fan, maybe I might, you know. So happy for Psychic Pebbles. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Zach Hadel. The reason why I'm kind of excited for Smiling Friends is because it's like we're seeing the Newgrounds guys getting like big recognition, right? Zach Hadel getting his own show. Oh man, whenever I heard that he was actually like getting signed on an Adult Swim, I was like, the world is not prepared for that. Like, for those of you that don't know, Psychic Pebbles, Zach Hadel, if you've ever watched H3, he's the guy that tries to, he does the Donald Trump impersonation. He has been a guest in a lot of different stuff because his voice is so weird. He has what sounds like a deviated septum, and it like closes his voice. I wish I could do it. He has a unique voice and scream that makes him, oh man, yeah, Zach Hadel, just, his mind is psychotic in the most beautiful way. Yeah, he's all, well, yeah, him and Chris O'Neill are like best buddies. Yeah, Samurai Jack, I already talked about this one. I think this is a brilliant. Squidbillies is, it's not as bad as Mr. Pickles, but like, I don't get what was happening in this era of Adult Swim. I still don't understand who's approving the shit like this. This is again more of that try hard, we're gonna be shocking to be funny kind of, rather than just being coming up with anything original. It's knocking on hillbilly culture, which like I'm already sick and tired of seeing here in Oklahoma. Oh yeah, I've never watched Soul Eater. Yeah, Squidbillies doesn't do anything interesting. I couldn't tell you the name of a single character. I've seen episodes of it in the past. They just think it's one of those shows that it's really funny to just keep killing characters, and that's the humor of it. Yeah. I would also put 20 Ounce Mouse down here as well. 20 Ounce Mouse is such a dog shit show. Sea Life 2021. Is it S? If I could see even like, okay, there's a few in here. If I could even see like 3 people tell me that this should not be an S, I'll take it down. Because the only thing I can think of that's making me think about putting it up here is Legacy. If it was based off of its animation, it would be down in like C. If it's based off of the jokes, B, maybe an A. But if it's based off of what this did for Adult Swim moving forward, you never watched it? Huh. You'd say A. I think A is fair based off of Legacy. And, you know, yeah, I would rather watch Sea Love 2021 than an episode of Bob's Burgers or Inuyasha. It still hits. Like, this show's got some pretty great gags in here. This was one of the first shows that they had on Adult Swim, and it showed that they were like, how do I put it? This show didn't exactly feel like something original. It felt like something that they were like, crap, we have to have something else in our lineup. And if you guys got stoned and threw this together over the course of a weekend, it's good. It's good. But like, I think at that point I was still eating Go-Gurt and staring into the abyss like a true Zoomer. What the fuck? Sea Life 2021 is a pretty decent show, but decent is about all I can really give it. I do respect what it did for Adult Swim moving forward, but like, oh man, yeah, I can't really remember anything from it that was as... Oh, well, I mean, because Bob's Burgers is like the most average milquetoast show in my opinion. You know, it's not offensive. It doesn't do anything that's like incredibly terrible. The style is okay. Like, it's really average animation, really average humor. That's my problem, is Bob's Burgers just feels so middle of the road, you know? Yeah. And they also just scream a bit too much in Bob's Burgers for me. Yeah. But Z-Lab, yeah, I think I'd put it up there. Okay. Is this Space Ghost Coast to Coast? Because that's going up here. We've already talked about that. Symbionic Titan, I don't remember, but I remember people saying I need to check it out. Super Jail, some of that more try-hard, we're going to keep slaughtering people on screen, and that's going to be the entire joke. The Venture Brothers. Okay, yes, Spencer, I will agree with you with that. Super Jail. For what happens over the course of a few frames, yes. Super Jail is probably up here with like some of the Felix Cosgrove level animations, but like in terms of just the story, like you feel exhausted, absolutely exhausted watching a few frames of that show. I can't get behind any of the humor that's happening with it too. I won't say that it's as bad as Squidbillies or even Mr. Pickles, but goddamn is it close. It's pretty close. Venture Brothers. Of everything that's up on here, this is probably, if I was to actually rank this by like my actual like first through last whatever on that, okay, yeah, my order up here from top of S tier down is probably going to be Cowboy Bebop and then the Venture Brothers. The Venture Brothers is quite possibly the greatest piece of like Western animation focused on adult humor that I'm currently thinking of, right? Like the Venture Brothers, if you've watched it, you know what I mean. Futurama is fantastic, but I don't think that anything else that I've seen on here quite rates up there with Venture Brothers. Brock Samson is just, oh my god. Every single character that's in Venture Brothers is, they have some moment, right? They have some kind of compilation on YouTube that makes them it seem like they deserve their own show entirely, right? I think that you could take literally any character from this show and give them their own show, and it would be successful in its own right. The fact that absolutely every character in the Venture Brothers is this well fleshed out, had this many moments of endearment, of humor, of like, I'm serious. Try this out. If you look up on YouTube, just look up the name of a random Venture Brothers character, Dr. Girlfriend, look up like best of Henchman 21, best of Brock Sampson, best of, I'm trying to think of someone obscure, like Billy Quizboy or whoever, anyone in the show, right? The fans love absolutely every character in here because everyone stands up. The show is remarkable and how well it holds up. See, this is how I feel about One Piece, but you're too busy for that. One Piece has too many fucking episodes. Yes, every single, I don't feel like there's a wasted moment in the Venture Brothers at all. You could watch any episode and I'm going to tell you that like it's going to be jam-packed. Every single frame has purpose, has meaning. It's such a well-constructed show. I love the Venture Brothers. Later, Phil. Thanks for hanging out, man. I'm probably not hanging around for too long. I know Eric's supposed to be streaming right now. Tim and Eric Awesome Show. Tim and Eric Awesome Show. I don't like the impact that Tim and Eric Awesome Show had on Adult Swim following it. I think it's because of Tim and Eric Awesome Show. We got stuff like Super Jail and Mr. Pickles and Squidbillies and 20 Ounce Mouse and basically the entire lineup of the like weird like quasi The Office humor that wasn't really actually doing anything. Like Children's Hospital or Your Pretty Face is Going to Hell. I don't remember much of anything about these because the second that I turned them on, they just kind of remind me of Tim and Eric Awesome Show. This show had like 3 or 4 skits that I think Is it 12 Ounce Mouse? Okay. The show had a few skits that were fantastic. What is it, Doctor or Uncle? Is it Uncle Muscles? Doctor Muscles or something? Tim Heidecker hiding behind the plants as spaghetti. You know, awesome skits. Tim Heidecker as a stand-up comedian is amazing, but like this show, I just think that some of the absurd humor that happened with Adult Swim that didn't actually hit because no one really knew how to do the Tim and Eric like vibe was, I guess it's me kind of blaming the show for that, but like I gotta blame the source of inspiration. Am I gonna hold it accountable? Would I rather watch Tim and Eric Awesome Show than anything else down here? Probably more than Robot Chicken, I guess. I don't know. If you put a gun to my head and made me pick one to watch, I think I would rather watch Frisky Dingo over Tim and Eric. I definitely wouldn't want to watch Family Guy over Frisky Dingo or Tim and Eric. Yeah, I think I'd put it about there. Aqua Teen. Yeah, I think I'll do that. Tim and Eric was not a absolutely horrendous show. Is that an option? Wait, what? Oh, you had a Venture Brothers style campaign? Nice. Yeah, I think I would put it there. Like, again, it's not bad, but it just feels like Tim and Eric felt so of the time of like 2007 to 2010 that I go back through and try to watch it now and like it just doesn't move. It doesn't go anywhere. And you have to feel like you're sort of made to feel like Tim. I understand a lot of his sense of humor is you kind of gotta get that it's not funny, in that getting that it's not funny is what makes it funny. And like, you know, man, like here you whatever. His stand-up is great. Stand-up is fantastic. But yeah, I don't know. I guess the like bad local commercial kind of humor doesn't really always resonate with me. But hey, you know. Yeah, I definitely think Cowboy Bebop, Venture Brothers, those are like absolutely my top for Adult Swim. I don't know. Anyways, that was a good distraction. Bob's Burgers that high? Like I said, Bob's Burgers is kind of my middle of the road. My middle average. It's very average. Everything about Bob's Burgers is average. Check out Challenge Showdown, especially if you want some Runekeeper. Oh, really? No kidding? I didn't know about that. Okay. I'll put on. I'll see what's up. Okay. Anyways, we have a buddy of ours that's actually over right now that I need to go hang out with. It is 7:30 here. Been streaming for 6 hours, almost 7 hours. I'm 10 minutes short of 7 hours. So, anyways, it's fun to hang out. Just kind of fun hanging out. Anyways, thank you guys for spending your time with me tonight. Oh man, I am going to go stretch out, drink some coffee, eat some food, not think about designing D&D stuff for a little bit. Anyways, if you guys are new to the channel, subscribe if you haven't already. Come over to the Discord. We've been talking a lot of design work over there. My name is Taryn, Indestructible Boy. Go check out my work over on the DMs Guild. Thank you all so much for being here. Glad you all chose to spend your day with me today. Anyways, I hope you all are feeling safe. Wow. I hope you all are staying safe. Am I just going to completely flub up this sign off? You know what? Have a good day. Be safe. Be healthy. And I'll see you